Okay, I think we should be live now. I'll go ahead and make my post. Drafts. There we go. They just did their funny limit rate thing today, so I don't even know if people will even see that, but that's alright. And oh, I forgot to change the stream title. Whoops. How do I change the stream title? I think I can do that on my phone. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, here we go. Stream manager, edit stream info. Here we go. Alright, number one, NA. Pikmin fan. Builds. Portable. Pikmin device. Parentheses. Real. Okay. That case is magnificent. Thank you. I'm very happy with how it turned out. Although it took several tries. I got some really rough prints at first, but got it eventually. One sec. Okay, I think we should be good to get started. So, for reference, this portable Wii is called the WiiVision. It is not my design. It was a design by Gman mods. And I believe Shank helped in some ways. I'm not entirely sure the whole background, but... So today's goal is to get this all put together. I did a little bit of work on it before the stream started, because the buttons needed some sanding and a lot of fine-tuning to like fit properly and feel right. And that stuff is really boring to watch because it's just me sanding and then mashing buttons and going, oh, that doesn't feel good. And then sanding for another 10 minutes. So I did cheat a little bit. I did a bit of prep work. But we should be doing most everything for the rest of it on stream, which could take a couple hours, could take me the rest of the day, depending on how well troubleshooting is going. The bulborb is staring into my soul. So for this project, I should explain how I did the artwork on it. So what I did was I found a couple reference images. There's a funny picture of a bulborb that is just staring straight ahead directly into your soul. And so I took that, and then I traced around it and simplified it into something my 3D printer could do, and then I did the same thing for my Pikmin. And then with the 3D printer, you basically print out every single color individually, a very thin layer of it, and then you print the entire case around the image. So that's what I did to get this done. It only works for like simple images, but I did that for a Majora's Mask portable. I've done it on a couple others, and you can get some fun results with it. So... mashing buttons and saying it doesn't feel good sounds like most competitive Smash games. Yeah, it's like that, except there's no like funny characters jumping around on the screen to like entertain people while I mash buttons. Maybe I just need to throw up Subway Surfers. That seems to be the meta right now. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna start with some super glue. So this case, some things just need to be glued in, which isn't ideal for portable Wiis, but this is an older design. And, you know, I just won't mess it up. That's the plan. So, the first thing we're going to glue in is these two USB ports. So these are the USB ports that are on a Wii motherboard. So they're super easy to source. I think they just slot in. Alright, want it like that. You only have to play 40 chess to get that all printed right. It's not complicated to get it to print right, but there's a lot of cleanup involved, because my 3D printer isn't... Oh. 1 second, I'm gonna go grab a hot glue gun. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Forgot I had my hot glue gun in the other room. I was working on some resin casting stuff in there, and I needed the hot glue gun, and I've only got one, so. But yeah, I was saying the 3D printing, it's not terribly complicated. You just have to import your image into something like Inkscape, convert it into a vector, and then most like CAD programs can like import those and use them to extrude and whatnot. But then actually like 3D printing it, like my 3D printer isn't very well optimized, so like I would get like smears or like streaks where like filament had fallen out. So you have to be very meticulous in like the cleanup process and making sure everything's actually all lined up. Like if I zoom in, you might be able to see there's like a couple specks like on his eye. You can barely see where like a little bit of black or blue filament, like, or maybe even just like dust kind of got mixed in a little bit. But you know what? You can't really see it in faraway pictures. So I consider it good enough. But yeah. Alright, I gotta let the hot glue gun warm up a bit. So we're gonna start. There's a spot for a tact switch right here. So I gotta super glue one in. And so I've got a little tray full of switches. And we're gonna see which one's the right size. Rare Ginger Stream? It has been a while. But there will probably be somewhat consistent streams for the next month or so. Because I've got a bunch of projects that I've been waiting to put together for a while. I've just been waiting on like parts and whatnot and for like time to actually put them all together. So I've got 5 portable Wiis that I'm planning on building. One of them might not be streamed. I'll talk more about that one later. But the other 4 should be streamed. So assuming I've ordered a bunch of stuff from PCBWay, so I'm just waiting on those cases to arrive. And then once that happens, I should be good to just kind of do consistent streams for a while. There might not be a stream next week because I need to resin cast a bunch of stuff for those portables, and I have not done that yet, but should be happening, hopefully. Did you post a video recently? No, the last one I posted was the Wii Fit board, but I'm hopeful to have a video. It'll probably come out next month, realistically, because it's probably going to take me this month to build all the portables I want. And then that video will just kind of be a mashup of all the portables I've built, sort of like a brief overview of all of them, talking about what's cool about them. And then I'd like to explain some like random portabilizing stuff in there. Like in none of my videos I've really ever explained how like weed trimming works. So I think I might also mix in some, this is how this part of portabilizing works, just to try and keep things interesting. Yeah, the Wii Fit one was a bit wild. I want to make a Nintendo Wii Mini, but have no experience with soldering. Only thing I'm clueless about is the power regulators. I've seen RVL PSU, but you can also buy PTH thingies, which is better and easier. So generally, in almost all circumstances, I would say that an RVL PSU is going to be better, assuming we're thinking of the same thing. I think that's the board Crazy Gadget made. That's almost certainly going to be your best bet, because it's nice and simple. It's a lot smaller and more compact, and when it arrives, assuming you buy one that's pre-built, there's no like additional soldering you have to do to it other than like attaching your power wires. PTHs are kind of ancient technology at this point. They had their time, but like I would never use them in any of my portables. You'll just get the RVL PSU is just going to be a cleaner solution. The one exception is if you have to assemble them yourself, like the PSU board. PTHs are easier to assemble because they're a lot bigger and have bigger pads and whatnot. You have to do like a lot of fine soldering to assemble your own RVL PSU. But yeah, if you can get a hold of an RVL PSU, that'll be easier. But you'll definitely want to practice your soldering on something else first, because the RVL PS2 isn't too tricky to solder to, but the Wii is pretty tricky too. But yeah, if you can get like practice kits. Oh, this. Okay, the glue isn't holding. Why is that? I'm gonna put a drop on this side. Can RVL PSUs be bought online? Crazy Gadget. Have you checked the BitBuilt forums? I think Crazy Gadget probably sells them, but I don't know that for certain. If you there's like a buying and selling like subforum on BitBuilt, so if you can check that. I feel like I remember Crazy Gadget posting them there, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Okay, that appears to be sticking. Hot glue gun is still warming up, so we'll super glue a couple things on this side of the case. Let's see, we need a couple more tack switches. Let's see here, are these the right size? Let's see, one of these buttons is going to be reset, I believe. So that one's cool to be recessed. So we'll use one of these. And we'll use a bigger one. That's too big. There we go. Gotta bend these legs real quick. But, so the story of this portable is that, like, what was it, like 3 years ago now? An old member of the community was selling his WiiVision. It was one of the first portables he'd ever built. And it wasn't built super well. Like, it wasn't a terrible build, but it wasn't good enough that he could, like, sell it to an end user. So he sold it for pretty cheap. I think I got it for, like, 300 bucks. Which, that's about as much as, like, all the parts in it were worth. So it was a pretty good deal. But, here, I'll show you what his case was. This was the case that he sent with it. So what he did was he just took a simple 3D print and then sanded it a lot. And so it feels really, really nice. It's got a super like smooth feel to it, but it's still reasonably grippy. But I was not a fan of the way it looks. Like you can see all the layer lines with the 3D prints. It scratches up super easily because of how glossy it is. So it just wasn't for me. And so I reached out to Gman. And so he was able to help me with the case files for the WiiVision. So I was able to do my own prettier print. But if you're going for feel alone, this is a good technique to get a nice feeling case. Away it goes for now. Okay, I think I'm going to put my glue on the bottom here. Okay. That should work. Is there anything else? Oh, I need to glue the speakers in. That's not ideal. Could we see a portable N64 in the future? Give me just a sec. I'll grab some speakers. Okay, here we go. So portable N64 definitely could. I did not really grow up with an N64. I had a GameCube as a kid, I had an NES, a Wii, so I'm not particularly attached to the N64 or its library. But N64 portables are really cool. So at some point, I might do my own. I was planning on doing one a while back, because I won an EverDrive in a BitBuilt summer contest, but then the owner of the site kind of abandoned it and didn't give out the prizes, so no EverDrive for me. But I just need to buy my own. Right now I'm cleaning all the various little like 3D print hairs out of the speakers. But how have you been? Oh, I've been pretty good. I've been prepping all sorts of portables for hopefully future streams. I finished my next to last semester of college. So I've got one more semester in the winter time, and then I am done, thankfully. I am pretty tired of college, so I'm glad it is over. I recently got a bunch of resin casting stuff. So I've been making my own buttons for a while. But you're kind of limited by what you can do if you don't have a pressure pot. Because pressure pots guarantee that you get all the bubbles out of your casts, and they let you do more complicated shapes beyond what just kind of mashing two halves of the mold together and praying can do. So I got a hold of a pressure pot. I got some nice materials for making molds and casts with, and so I've spent the last few weeks just kind of mixing stuff together and trying to make molds for stuff. And I've been getting some pretty good results. That's how I got all the buttons for this case. And so the last thing I want to try and figure out is making rubber stuff. So like caps for sticks. I guess just caps for stick. That's literally all I plan on using the rubber compound for. But if I could start making custom sticks for things, that'll help expand what I can do. Because right now, with like Switch joysticks, I'm essentially limited to black and white. Because that's what they're sold in, and there's not much else. So being able to cast my own stick caps should mean some cool things, hopefully. That means I can make translucent caps, or any color of cap I want, which expands what fun portable designs I can do. And then I'm hopeful to eventually open up like a little resin casting service for like other portabilizers. So people who like make weird buttons or whatnot can get their buttons in any color or translucency or whatnot that they'd like. But I gotta figure out how to do that in a way that doesn't put me on perma resin cast duty. But that's something I'm gonna be working on in the future once I get the rubber stuff all figured out. What do you think about a portable Xbox? I don't think anyone has come up with this idea yet. So the Xbox series of consoles is a little tricky because they all use a fair amount of power. So that's kind of dissuaded people from like even really looking at the Xbox lineup or trying to build portables with them. But recently, some people have started taking a closer look. So for the Xbox 360, there's a guy named Milomaker. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce his name. But he's a French guy who's built a bunch of portables in the past. Really cool guy. He's helped me with some of my stuff before. But he's been working really hard for like the last year on an Xbox 360 portable. And he's made some really good progress. He's got an actual trim. So the motherboard is smaller. I believe it still uses a lot of power. So his battery life is not going to be exceptional, but it will still be like fully portable. It'll have its own battery system. It'll check all those boxes. So I think he's currently in the middle of case design for that project. So whenever he finishes that, that'll be really cool. And then with the original Xbox, there's a guy named Red Herring who's very passionate about the original Xbox. And so I know recently he's been doing a lot of research into potential Xbox trims, all the various power lines on the Xbox, figure out how those work. I'm not entirely sure like what stage he's in with the project right now, but that's definitely something to keep an eye on. See how deep he can get with that. But yeah, those are the two generations of Xbox that have any sort of chance of being portabilized. And there are people working on it, but it may still be a while yet before anything like finished comes out of that. But that's how it goes. A different color for each button of Pikmin there is? I could do that. I was looking on Etsy the other day. There's someone who does like Pikmin themed buttons. Although it's just like the little flower and then various colors. They look nice, but you know, once I've got the setup all figured out, I might have to make myself some real Pikmin buttons. But we'll see. Hey there, J Jinx Trash. But yeah, that's the fun. That's partially why I really like resin casting. So you can do whatever you want, whatever colors. You can put stuff in the buttons. It's fun to experiment with. Okay. I think that's everything on that side, all glued. Is this side dry yet? Okay. So I usually start with the back half of the case, since that's where most of the work needs to be done. I don't think we're going to change that up today. So the WiiVision, because it's an old portable, or at least the version of the case I have is old, it uses a bunch of older like portable boards. So this is the original Wii PMS. It was released back in 2018, I think. But this really revolutionized portables because it handles all of your voltage regulation. It handles talking with the batteries and charging them, and you're getting them to power your regulators. You get a nice little power button built in. So it's a very cool board. It has a couple issues. Like it slowly drains the batteries even when the portable is powered off. So over time your batteries will die and eventually go from being dead to dead, where you can't even recharge them anymore. So once every few months I pull all my portables off of the shelves and get them all recharged so that the batteries stay at least somewhat full. But nowadays the PMS2 is the way to go. Doesn't have any of those issues and has a boatload of other features. So that's what I'll be using for all my future portables. But this case has mounts for the old stuff, and since the portable that I bought of this design came with the old stuff, I might as well just reuse them. That'll just be the way to go for today. Okay, hang on. I need to go wet my soldering sponge. I will do that real quick. Okay, sponge is all wet now. So it seems like you can buy RVL PSUs from Crazy Gadget for 40 euros, but this seems a bit too expensive for me. As far as voltage regulator boards for portable Wiis go, that's a pretty reasonable price. That's probably what I would charge if I built them. Because I would imagine the parts for that alone are probably around 20 bucks. And then assembly takes a fair amount of time and some pretty solid precision. But I don't think you'd be able to find PTHs for any cheaper. Unless something has changed on that front. Well, they'd probably be a little cheaper. Hidden 6. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. What's a soldering sponge? So it's this, although it's supposed to be bigger. It's a sponge you use to like wipe your iron off with, although you're supposed to use this brass thing, which works better and is better for your iron. But out of habit, I always use the wet sponge, but that's not what you're supposed to do. Thanks for making the video on the Ashita. Yeah, I hope that's helpful for some people. In a week or two, I'm going to be doing another Ashita build. This time it'll be one for myself. And I won't make the same mistakes I did last time, I hope. So it should be a better tutorial. A little more thorough, fewer mistakes, all that good stuff. Do you follow a certain anime or manga? Are you interested in anime or manga at all? I don't watch much TV in general. Just because my house growing up didn't have like cable or anything. So I haven't watched much. I've watched a few anime. I've watched Attack on Titan, I've watched Evangelion and Hunter x Hunter. Those are the only 3 I've seen. And they're all pretty good, although Evangelion is really weird. I thought it was going to be a little more plot intensive and not depression analogy wacko content, but you know what? It was something. I saw several portable consoles on AliExpress and eBay that people like Jacob R revealed. What do you think about these Chinese portable consoles? I don't have a super high opinion of them. They're designed in a way to be like mass produced. There are some shortcuts taken. The cases are very large on most of them, and you're not going to get much support on them if something goes wrong, which odds are something will on a lot of them. I know there have been some like nightmarish experiences, like I think the Retro Dodo. He bought one a long time ago, and it arrived like melted, and when he turned it on, it would catch on fire. I don't think that's the norm with those. I think that was probably a relatively rare occurrence, but if that happens, you're kind of screwed. I don't know how much help you're gonna get if you're not a big YouTuber. So I wouldn't recommend buying one of those. They are cheap for what they are, like price-wise, not just quality-wise. But if you're gonna spend like $500, $600 on one, I would just build your own. Like, you can get all of the equipment and all the parts for probably around that much. And then you can build it, you can understand how it works, so if you want to fix it, you can, and you'll just end up with something higher quality. So that's my opinion on those. But, yeah. My case just arrived yesterday from my Ishida. I just need a Wii and controller now. I'll probably wait till that stream to build my own. And do you know if that Ishida is going to be using the new model for the screwdriver board? Maybe. So for my Ishida, I've got an old direct drive board that Aurelio made, and I'm thinking I might put that in my Ishida because I think that's going to be a portable I really like, and if I'm going to be playing any of my portables, that one will probably be one of them. So if I do that, then I won't be using the updated driver board. But if I just use like a normal screen and whatnot, then it will be the blue one. I think I've got one here. Let me check. Okay, I've still got a green one. But yeah, I'd probably use the blue one, just so people can see it. But the green and the blue one are the same thing. I think some of the ports are in slightly different spots. You just have to look at the silk screen on the bottom, and you should be able to follow along with what I did. Okay, now we're gonna attach a bunch of wires to this thing. Here we go. Let me zoom out a bit. We'll start with the charging wires. Oh, I should mention this. So the WiiVision originally used like a barrel jack charger, like you'd see on a laptop or something. But I don't have any barrel jacks at the right size. So I've got these little like USB-C PD boards. And so I've just super glued one into place and 3D printed a little holder for it. And so that'll replace it. And that'll be a little more convenient for me. But yeah, you can get those boards on Amazon. If you just search USB-C PD board, you get ones that are set up for 12 volts or 9 volts for pretty cheap. So they won't swap voltages. Like with that one, I'm only probably going to get 12 volts or 5 volts out of it, nothing else. So I need to have the right charger for it. But it's a pretty good solution. If you just want USB-C charging, no flares, nothing else. There's cat hair in my wire strippers. And black wire for ground. What's a console you want to make portable that you haven't yet? I'm not sure. I think at some point I'd like to make a portable out of everything that can be made portable. Realistically, the next one I would probably do that I haven't yet is N64. Because that one's really well documented. It can be trimmed pretty small. You can realistically make something pretty cool with it. It's possible. Well, it's very unlikely. But the Wii U is also getting some portabilizing work. A guy named Vettel Griffin is going through and doing a bunch of research and probing and testing. But the Wii U is looking really power hungry. So it will probably never be a great candidate for building portables, especially when the unfortunate truth is that if you want to play Wii U games portably, the Switch has almost every single good Wii U game on it. But someone's got to build the Wii U in the shape of a DS portable someday, so we'll have to wait and see. Xenoblade export when? Yeah. That's the only Xenoblade game the Switch doesn't have, right? It's got 1, 2, and 3. I'm not a big Xenoblade guy, so I don't keep up too closely, but it sounds like those ports were all pretty good. I guess 2 of those are original games, not even ports, so. Is anyone working on turning the newer systems into a portable? Yeah, so a fair amount of them have someone looking at them. Wii U has someone looking, the original Xbox has someone looking, Xbox 360 has someone looking. But it doesn't necessarily guarantee that anything helpful will be found, or anything like, things that are helpful will be found, but it doesn't guarantee that someone's going to crack the code and unlock their true portableizing potential, but that's how it goes. Okay, those are the power wires. We'll go ahead and wire up the power button real quick. We'll use 34 gauge magnet wire for that, because it's just it's a tiny signal. What were the last games you played? I guess fittingly, I've been playing a lot of Pikmin recently in preparation for Pikmin 4. There's a multiplayer mod for Pikmin 1, so I played through that with a friend who had never played Pikmin before, and that was really fun. We're playing through Pikmin 2 right now, so hopefully we'll end up beating that at some point soon. I've been playing BattleBit Remastered with friends. I don't think I would have very much fun with that game on my own, but it is a fun game to just mess around with at friends at like 11 at night. I think those are all the new games I've been playing recently. I did briefly start replaying Final Fantasy VII because they announced a new trailer, but then I got sidetracked with Pikmin, which is probably for the best, since I'm probably going to want to replay that right before the next part comes out. And that's not until like spring of next year, I think. So I got a while. But hopefully that'll be good. And then, yeah, Pikmin 4 comes out in like 3 weeks, so I'm sure I'll play that. I don't know what pad to use for ground. We'll use this one, because there's no solder on it. Which means I'm probably not going to need it for something else. There we go. Okay. Now I tune the button pad. And then I need to be very meticulous and thorough with the solder joints I'm doing on the PMS. Because the Wii is going to cover up most of this board. So if something breaks, I'm going to have to take apart the whole thing to fix it. So ideally, I should just have nothing to fix. That will make my life nice and easy. Is there a Wii Portable that uses the GameCube's memory card to access the save files? There's no like open source design that has that built in. But that's the sort of thing you can add to a portable if you want to. You can relocate the memory card port on a portable. It's just a huge pain because, well, the memory card is a whole bunch of wires, and I don't know how like sensitive the memory card port is to like interference and whatnot. The only person I've ever seen relocate a memory card port on a portable was Gman, and he did it on his original Wii a long time ago. But one of the reasons no one relocates memory card ports, besides the fact that it's clunky, is because it's actually pretty easy to back up all of your saves off of a GameCube memory card. There's a homebrew program called GCMM for the Wii. And so it's very easy to pull all your saves off. You can put them on a USB drive, and then you could load those up into Dolphin or a portable or whatever you want. Pretty hassle-free. So that's what I would recommend. I get that it's cool to be able to plug your own memory card in, but that takes up a lot of space inside of a portable. Portables usually like run their saves off of the little USB drive, so that's why we don't relocate the memory card ports. Okay, now I'm running the other wire. Trying to keep things at least somewhat neat, but won't be the end of the world if there's a bit of jank. Oh, also let me know if any of the audio stuff isn't balanced right. I usually check before stream, but I forgot to do that. So if the music is too loud or something, just let me know. Would you be able to take the SD card file and upload it to the GameCube memory card? Yes, you can go back and forth from external saves and the GameCube saves. I've only ever done it with USB, but I'm pretty sure you could do it with an SD card too. Although I haven't done it in years. Like, I backed up the memory cards I had when I was a kid, and so I got all the saves off of those. I don't think I've used the tool since then. So my memory might be a little foggy. But I remember it being really easy. Oh, shoot. Okay, I gotta re-super glue the button. Oh, that might... I may have just poured way too much super glue onto the button. If you pour too much onto it, it can leak inside of the button and glue the tacked part stuck together, which doesn't make a very effective button. So I might have to redo that later. Okay, going back to here. I need LED wires. Do this. What's my favorite genre to play? I play games from almost every genre, I would say. I like shooter games. I really enjoy 2D platformers. I like puzzle games to a certain degree. I don't really know where Pikmin qualifies as. It's kind of a puzzle game, but it's kind of its own thing. But I'm willing to play just about everything. I've never really played much, like, horror games. They just don't really hold a whole ton of appeal for me, but I know there are some good ones out there. Like, I've never really played Resident Evil or anything along those lines, but I like just about everything else. There's at least a couple games I like from the genre. I want to make a Wii Portable, but I don't want to have two separate games going on. Like, I want to be able to pick up where I left off on the console. Yeah, so you should be able to do that. Oh, okay, alternatively, instead of backing up your saves back and forth, an easier thing you can do is, if you're talking about, like, having a portable, you can also just, if it uses, like, you can also just take the USB out of the portable and plug it into your Wii and just run the save off of there with, like, Nintendo. Or if it's a portable that uses, like, the USB-C PD board from 4Layer Tech, you just, like, take a USB-C cable and plug your portable into your Wii, and then it'll load all the games and saves off of it like a USB drive, just fine. So that's another easier solution for that issue. That's an OG PMS. Make sure the firmware is updated, or else the charge current will be too high. Oh, that's a good point. This is a real... This is a... Yeah, okay. I will be sure to do that once I've got some batteries attached to it. I forgot that was a thing. But this PMS might be old enough to not have that firmware update. Because this is back when Noah built it. I don't even know when that would have been. He did a build. He was live on the BitBuilt channel for the stream. I remember that. I think it would have been 2020. I'm pretty sure it was like middle of the pandemic. Or start of it. I looked up Wii Portable and your website was the first link that comes up. Yeah, it's funny. I guess I have... See, the funny thing is, I get about a dozen emails a week. Like, just sent straight to my spam folder from various companies being like, yo, we can improve your search engine optimization to make sure you are the first result for your website. And it's like, well, I already am. Even though I probably shouldn't be. Like, I would probably prefer that, like, the BitBuilt forums come up first before my website. But evidently Google likes my site, so that's how it goes. But I do link back to BitBuilt on that site in several places, so hopefully people still make it there eventually. Is it possible one day you'll make a game console for emulation? It's not out of the question. I'm not super passionate about like handheld computers or designing stuff along those lines. I've got a Steam Deck, and I'm pretty content with that for now. But, yeah, that's maybe someday. But I don't have any plans for that right now. Not sure if anyone told you, but the audio and top left camera don't line up properly. Yeah, so that is an old phone of mine, and it's usually pretty well lined up. But I spent about 30 minutes today trying to figure out why it was laggy and couldn't. So we're just gonna have to live with it for today, unfortunately. But hopefully I'll have that fixed for next time. I do appreciate you letting me know. I do like to know if there's technical issues. But that was one I just couldn't fix. Okay, there's the LED wires. Wait. Hang on. There are a few weird things with this portable, like when I took it apart, I'm not quite sure what was going on in some places. I think I just noticed another one. So, oh, I should zoom in. So on the PMS, one of the features of it is there are a couple of pads for a thermistor, which is something that measures the temperature. And that's helpful for portable Wiis because you know if it's overheating or not. And I just now realized Noah didn't put a thermistor in here. The solder pads here are perfectly clean, and there's no thermistor coming out of the Wii he trimmed. So we're gonna change that because that is very important. Oh wait, that's not gonna be long enough. One sec. Alright, gotta pull my thermistor out of here. I think the updated PMS firmware requires modifying the LED circuit. Move the transistors to wire straight to the current limiting resistors. I think I have a version... The version I use for the Wii Boy Colors has the heat thing fixed, but still the transistors and whatnot. And so I think I'll just pull that one off of my laptop and install that one. But that is a good point. I never used that version of the PMS because I think it existed for like the G-Boy kit. Like that was when it was introduced. And I never got a hold of the G-Boy kit until long after the fact. Which is one of the portables I will be streaming sometime this month, I hope. Alright, well now we gotta go through the DigiKey baggie and find out. Figure out where my thermistors are. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, they're in here somewhere. 3D printers have thermistors, seeing if it's getting hot and melt your plastic. Yep. That is a classic. I've had to replace the thermistor on my print bed a few times. So it always manages to wear out somehow. Nope, nope. I mean, if you hack a Wii U, you could play N64, GameCube, PS1. Yeah, that's... So the PS1 and N64 games are emulation. But GameCube is real hardware, since the Wii U is just a Wii with some extra stuff, and the Wii is just a GameCube with some extra stuff. So that's one of the cool things about the Wii U, is that it's backwards compatible with so many systems. Are we at the bottom of the bag, really? Nope. Okay, they're not in this bag. Luckily, I haven't had to replace mine in the 4 years I've had it. Yeah, the thermistor is that's the common point of failure on my Prusa. Like, I haven't had to replace much on the Prusa printers I've had over the years, but that thermistor has gone out a few times. Oh, you know what? Oh, I bet I know where the thermistor ones are. There. Are they up here? Ah, there they are. I forgot. I've still got some... I pulled aside some, like, Wii Boy color parts for the stream I did months ago, and I never put them back in their spot. Okay, let's see. Let me go ahead and pull off the fan and heatsink. Oh, that is some ugly thermal paste. We're gonna clean that up. Is there glue mixed in or something? There's like white stuff. That's not what thermal paste looks like. Here we go. Towels. Only thing I've replaced in Mander 3 is the Z-axis rod. Haven't had to change any of the rods out on my Prusa. But thermistor, I've had to replace the nozzle a few times. Especially on my old like 2.5S. Like I had multiple like just giant failure prints. And those ruined the nozzles and a couple parts of the hot end pretty badly. I don't think I've had any devastating failures on my Mark III though. That one's been pretty good to me. Although the Mark IV looks really nice. A lot of the features on it look really cool and be very convenient. So I don't have to mess with first level stuff too much on my printer. But it would be nice to just never have to do it ever again. But I think it's about $800 for a kit, and it's like $550 for an upgrade like thing from the Mark III. Which is just like, at that point I might as well just spend $200 and get an entirely new printer. But I don't need it. I don't need a second printer at all. Like, it would be nice very occasionally. But maybe if I sold the Mark III. But I don't need to be doing that right now. Maybe in the future. I want to get another Ender 3 and mod it to be a conveyor belt printer. It could be fun. I'm not big on 3D printer mods. I mostly just want something that works. But I understand people who do like to mod them and do all sorts of crazy things. Why is there... So I don't know what the white stuff is. It comes off with IPA, so it's not super glue. But it's also like hot glue on the copper plate. I don't know how hot glue would have gotten on here. I did not test to see if Noah's Wii trim worked before the stream. So it's entirely possible that it doesn't work. And we'll have to pivot and either trim a new Wii or find a trim one. But I think it should work, because when I first got the WiiVision from him, I did turn it on and it booted up into Portabilize Me. So it's just been sitting in a carrying case for like 3 years. So in theory, nothing should have happened. The case isn't melted, so I know it didn't turn on at any point during that. Got my Ender 3 into resin, and that's it for now. I am interested in getting a resin printer. That will probably be my next big equipment thing. There's one on my college campus, and so whenever I need something resin printed, I use that one. But it's a bit of a headache to use. It's not like an Elegoo or something. It's some weirdo like $100,000 printer from 10 years ago. And so it does a good enough job, but it's way overkill for when I just need like buttons for a portable or something. But okay. I guess I can just put the cooling system in now. There's not really a reason to wait. Let's see, does the fan spin? Okay, fan spins. I always just check that in case there's like a bit of the 3D print like jamming into it or something. But that looks good. Okay. Also, another weird thing. This isn't normal. So on this trend, there's just like a random resistor hanging out between like the MX chip and the Wii. And I got no clue why that is. Like maybe that's the resistor for like limiting the battery current of the little battery cell? But I don't know. I got no clue what that's for. So I don't think I'm going to use RTC on this portable. I think I'll just leave it as is. This portable also has the Bluetooth chip, like glued to the back of the NAND, which is fine. But it's not connected anywhere, even though the wires for the data lines are there. So it's an odd Wii trim. Not the way I would have done it, but it's also a crazy shape too. Like, you can see from the front here, it's like an anvil. I don't know why it goes in here. There's not really a reason for it. And then it's like super narrow up here. Which, I mean, it's a fine Wii trim. It'll work. But it is an odd shape. Have you ever listened to rock/metal? Not really. I don't listen to a whole ton of music. So I'm pretty ignorant on a lot of that stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and put the back of the case on a paper towel so any flux or solder whatnot shouldn't smear on it. Oh yeah, the face cam froze. Hang on. Why did you freeze? Oh, it's my phone. Oh dear. No, you don't need an IP. Can't connect over USB. Oh, okay. Found ID cam. Yes, play. Oh, sorry, you're gonna hear Windows noises for a sec while I try and fix this. Okay, reopen the app. Come on. Oh, wait, there we go. Alright, where's my... Here, hang on, we're gonna try...
Waluigi time!
Oh, insert coins Poppy. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'm sure this troubleshooting stream is really rousing. I'm just gonna use my normal phone as the webcam. If I can figure out how. Come on, where is it? There we go. Okay, wait. Let me try not to leak anything. Okay. Music stopped. Why did it do that? Oh, wait, did the music not stop? Music didn't stop. My headphones connected to my phone instead. Okay. Oh, and I'm upside down. Oh, no. Where is it? Where is it? IV cam. Here we go. Transform. Rotate 180 degrees. There we go. Oh, why am I mirrored now? Transform. Flip. Horizontal. There we go. Okay, let's see. Am I any, less desynced? Okay, that looks a lot better. Alright, well, new camera just dropped. I won't be able to use my phone for anything, so hopefully that's not a problem. Okay, back to the portable. So yeah, the Wii is weird, or this Wii is. And now I need to attach... I'm debating whether I leave Noah's voltage wires or I just run my own. I think I'm gonna run my own. Because this color scheme is different from mine and I will absolutely mess up connecting something if I don't use my own. Come on. I haven't seen them live, but I watch all the VODs on your other channel. Oh, cool. Yep, so this is... Well, then you already know what this is like, then. Okay. It's also very hot in my workroom today. I live in a basement, which is very nice, because it's always nice and chilly down here. But my landlord has turned off the AC for a couple days, because they're redoing a bunch of drywall, because there was a big leak during the winter. So they've turned it off so that they weren't wasting power, but that means that my workroom, which faces the sun, is now very toasty. But that's alright. Okay, voltage wires are removed. I might just connect them to the back of the case. That's how I like to usually do it. Makes it easier to tell if something's gone wrong. And I don't see anything that would prevent me from doing that. Oh, well... Alright, well, Noah did cover up my favorite 3.3 volt spot, or virtually cut it out. I might use that still. Will you listen to Slipknot? Not live on stream. Try to avoid copyrighted music when I'm live, so that way I can just upload the VOD to YouTube and not have it demonetized. But, you know, maybe in my free time. We'll see. How did you get the Wii controller to work on a portable Wii? Yeah, insert coins, Poppy is the right answer. So, I don't do it on all my portables, but you see this little green module right here? That's called the Bluetooth module. And so you can rewire this to the Wii. It's usually way on the other side of the board, like out over here somewhere. You can relocate it in, and if you wire it up properly, then you can sync up Wii remotes, and they work just like normal. The Bluetooth module also happens to be like one of the boot requirements for a normal Wii, which is a little annoying because you don't want Bluetooth on all of your portables most of the time. And so we use software to patch out the Bluetooth module. But if you resolder it into place, then it'll work just fine. Okay. Where's 3.3 volts? It's way over here. There. We will make it this long for now. Thank you, Ali2018. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good night. Let's see. So I gotta do... How many voltage wires do I need to do? I need to do 4 voltage wires for just the Wii. And then I'm gonna need to run a couple of 5-volt wires. I think just for USB in the screen. But I think that's about all we have left on this particular board. And then we're going to need to attach the batteries to it eventually, which will be an adventure of its own. Okay, we'll do that. This can be the ground wire for the Wii. Would you be able to hook up headphones to the Bluetooth module, or would you need something else? Unfortunately, you would need something else. So the Wii's Bluetooth module, I'm not an expert in how it works or what it does, but I believe the definitive answer is no, you can't get audio through it. Not through like a software mod or anything of that nature. I've never put Bluetooth like audio capabilities on a portable before, but I believe you can like harvest like Bluetooth adapters out of certain things, and then you're able to hook them up to the audio lines of a Wii, and you can make it work. I know Wesk did it a long time ago on his RN portable. ARAN. It was a cool Metroid-themed one. I'm going to be building one of those soon as well. I don't think I'll have the Bluetooth audio stuff, but you might want to look at his work log and see what he used. That might get you started in the right direction. But yeah, the Wii's Bluetooth chip, it's meant for Wii remotes. The cool thing is that you can take the Wii's Bluetooth module and you can like hook it up to a PC really easily, like through just like a USB port. And you can connect Wii remotes through that and something like Dolphin, which is neat. But you can also use like just about any Bluetooth adapter to do that. So it's not a particularly special function, but it's one that exists. Okay, 5 volts. We're gonna use 30 gauge wire for the USB, and then I might use something like 26 for the screen just to be safe. Where are my cutters? Here they are. Oh, hey Y2K. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, one of these pairs of pins is 5 volts, and the other pair is ground. I don't know which is which, though. I'll have to check that. But one cool thing about the WiiVision is that it has 2 pairs of USB ports. Or, not 2 pairs, a pair, so 2 total. You can connect stuff to. So one of them has to be used for the USB drive of the portable. But in theory, if there's another USB peripheral that you want to hook up and use on your portable, you could do that. I've never had a need for that, but it's got both ports, so you might as well use them. I'm trying to learn how to do some custom PCBs for my Juicy Plus in the portable, but for some reason I just can't get my head around it. What part are you struggling with? PCB design is a little tricky to get into, but GC Plus, like making a custom breakout board, is a good starting point. Because that's a nice simple board with easy functions. Are you trying to integrate like one of the 4-layer GC Plus boards into it? Or are you trying to do like all the circuitry like soldered directly to a board instead of using the castellated pads? Let me connect this phone to the internet real quick. No, don't connect to my headphones, please. I normally don't attach my old phone to Wi-Fi just because I don't want it doing anything. Sorry, that was me. Ignore that. What's the mat that you work on called? I think if you just look up like soldering mat on Amazon, it'll come up. They're like 10 bucks. A lot of them are blue. I got a gray one to be different, and then a bunch of other people got gray ones, so now I'm no longer special. But, yeah, they're pretty nifty. They're very handy to have just for... No, don't sync anything. I don't care. Just get me to bit built. Bit built. Bit built. Oh, I hope I don't need to log in to use the guide hub. Nope, that's the archive. Console modding. Wii. Definitive Wii trimming guide. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And this is what I'm looking at. So the Wii trimming guide is just a website that kind of walks you through how to trim a Wii Portable, and it breaks down all the various relocations you need to do. So I'm at the USB section, and then looking here. So 5 volts is the pair on the left. All right, that's all I needed to know. Go like that. I just want to do a simple board where I place my buttons through vias and have it connected to a mount or GC Plus to avoid wiring a ton of grounds. Yeah, so are you using KiCad? KiCad? I don't know how you say the actual name of the program. I only ever read it. I guess it depends what part of the process you're on for making your own custom board. But yeah, working with the castellated GC Plus should make it pretty easy. I'm not super knowledgeable about KiCad because I've done all of my PCB design work in Eagle, which was a mistake. I should have just learned KiCad. So the things I know might vary a little bit, but I think most programs have a similar workflow. Okay, now we need a ground wire for the USB stuff. I've imported the GC Plus schematic, and it's honestly more the program than the process that makes my head hurt. Okay, yeah. That'll just take some time to get used to then. But it's definitely worth learning. Like any portable I build, I make little controller PCBs, because yeah, you're right, it will save you a lot of wiring time. And it helps keep your portables looking nice and clean. And PCBs are cheap, so you might as well use them. Okay, this is a ground wire. I'm gonna cheat and not use a ground pad. I'll just wire ground to this side of the capacitor. There we go. Yeah, I do kind of wish that the WiiVision had some little PCBs. I feel like someone might have actually designed some for it. So maybe that's my fault for not looking into it. But yeah, instead of like PCBs, this one uses like the 3D printed like little holders for the buttons, which works fine. Nothing wrong with it. It just takes a little more time to solder together. But that's what I used to do for my old portables before PCBs were super cheap and easy to make. Okay, there we go. My USB ports will now be all nice and powered. Okay, and now let's run. Is this my 26 gauge wire? Yes. We will run a red wire for 5 volts. Should be fine as long as I don't mix it up for battery. I was considering the mounting board, but you plan on making more than one portable? Yeah, that's the way to go then. Okay. I don't think there's anything else in this portable that uses 5 volts. But if it does, I'll just have it piggyback off of the screen, because I don't think I'm going to be able to get to this part of the board again. Okay, 5 volts. Perfect. Okay. Now I want a white wire for 1.8 volts. I want a blue wire for 1.15 volts. And a yellow wire for 1 volt. And then the colors of the wire don't matter, but I will color my wires the same way on every portable I build. So makes it easier for me to remember what's what. Although I am curious what other people do for colors, whether everyone uses green for 3.3 volts, or whether we've all got our own different colors in mind. It's like the technical version of that "what color was your math folder" thing from school. Hey there, final turn. Glad my stream is PogChamp. Nobody said that about my YouTube stream. Guess everyone must have hated it. Alright, some audio tracks that I thought were safe got copyright striked, so I'm not going to be able to upload this portion of the audio. So I'll just explain what I was talking about here. So the only interesting thing I really did here was I talked about the history of the WiiVision. So basically, in the early 2010s, there was a modder named TJ, and he built a lot of GameCube portables. And the Envision was a GameCube portable he built, and it was easily his most famous, most popular GameCube portable. Arguably one of the more famous GameCube portables, I would say. It was a white portable with Mad Catz buttons and triggers, the same ones that are used in the WiiVision. And it was one of the first GameCube portables I saw, and it was really pretty. And both Shank mods and Gman mods saw that same portable, and well, no, Gman was before, but Shank saw that portable, and that was one of the things that inspired him to get into it. And Gman was a big fan of the portable, so in 2018, 2019, they decided to remake that portable, but with a Wii inside instead. TJ's portable was a bit infamous for being very jank inside. A lot of GameCube portables at the time were, so the WiiVision is just kind of a modernized, what if it was good all the way around take. But the Envision is a very cool portable, definitely one of the portableizing classics. Probably go up on the Mount Rushmore. So yeah, that's the history of the Envision. And so I then talked about how the controller parts in it are all from a Mad Catz controller. It's kind of just a random Mad Catz controller. I don't know what specific one it is, but it happens to be one that I had as a kid. So I harvested a lot of the parts for mine out of that, and then obviously resin casted the buttons to get them custom. But yeah, the only other thing I talked about was the thermal paste I use. So the thermal paste I use in all of my portables is Arctic Silver 5. It's a nice simple thermal paste. It works fine. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy, but it works just fine for the Wii. And yep, that's what I use. So sorry about the copyrighted audio. I'm setting up an audio splitter for future streams, so that if this happens, I'll be able to just swap out the music and not have to re-record my voice or anything. Alright, back to the video at some point. Forget that Gman portables always have like super tight screw posts. And so I usually like to cut a little lip out of them at the top to help make screwing screws in easier. But hopefully I can just pound these in without too much issue. I will say the one nice thing about Noah's bizarre trim that he did here is that it does maintain all 4 screw posts. So the wheel will be locked down nice and tight. So my portables only keep 3 of them, but I won't complain about having a 4th. So once I get this Wii mounted into place, I don't think there's going to be much left to do on the back half. The batteries might take a while, because unfortunately the WiiVision does not accommodate for battery clips. So we're going to have to daisy chain a bunch of batteries together manually, which isn't ideal, but it'll work. But aside from that, we'll need to get the potentiometers. Oh, I started talking about the triggers, but I didn't say why they were cool. So these are full-on like analog triggers with a full like range and a click, which most portables don't use. We generally just use like 2 tact switches, one for like to represent the analog push, one for the digital push, which works fine in most games, because that's all most games check for, like Mario Sunshine. But with the full analog triggers, we'll get some finer controls in a handful of games, so that's neat. That's another thing that makes the Ashita really cool, since that uses like actual GameCube triggers, so you get the best feeling out of it. But these third-party triggers are pretty nice. I thought the triggers being Mad Catz was the cool part. I mean, you know, that's cool too. I am fortunate though. We had, it's a very specific Mad Catz controller for like the buttons, although I think it's a pretty common one. But thankfully I actually had one of those in a box from growing up, so I was able to disassemble it and harvest the fun parts out of it for this portable. Okay, nice. So the Wii is all mounted. I want to get this hot glue off of these wires because they're all tangled up and I can't tell what's what. Okay, wait, they're just kind of breaking free. Can I get the last few out? Oh, what on earth? What is this? Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay, there's a wire attached to 1.8 volts that's all burned out. I don't know what happened to it. But that shouldn't be a thing. I'm gonna get rid of it. Can't even imagine why it's here. What uses... Oh, the sound system needs 1.8 volts. This must have like fallen on one of the battery contacts or something. Because this is, I don't know if you can see, but, oh no, you can't see. Whatever, you'll have to trust me. This is a wire that should look very green, but it looks very coppery, because all of the coating is burned off of it. which is bad. That means it touched something that could burn it. And the only thing that could really burn it in a portable is the battery wire. Okay. Those are all the video wires. The WiiVision uses VGA, which is nice. Oh, whoops, that's thermal paste that I just smudged all over my finger. So that's generally the go-to for portable Wiis. There are better solutions, like direct drive, but for now, VGA is the go-to. What type of Wii can be used for Wii portables? So, there are essentially two types of Wiis, at least in the realm of portables. There are all sorts of different Wii variations among the shells and whatnot. But there are 4-layer Wiis, and there are 6-layer Wiis. So the distinction between a 4-layer and a 6-layer is that when a circuit board is made, there are all sorts of different layers on it. So simple circuit boards will only have 2 layers, top layer, bottom layer. But a more complex board might have like 4 layers, 1 on top, 1 on the bottom, and then 2 in the middle. And then you can have all sorts of, you can have up to like 20 layers, 16 layers, if it's something really crazy like a GPU. But generally 2 and 4 is where you'll stick to in a hobbyist range. So 6-layer Wiis have 6 layers, 4-layer Wiis have 4 layers. But 6-layer Wiis are an older version of the Wii. So like all launch Wiis are 6 layers, all the Wiis that were released close to launch are 6-layer. And so those Wiis use a lot more power. And they can't be trimmed as small. And the power thing is a problem for a few reasons, because obviously you get less battery life, and they generate more heat. So you need a better like heat sink setup for them. But 4-layer Wiis, they can be trimmed really, really small. They don't use as much power. They don't generate as much heat. So you really need to use a 4-layer board in a portable. 6 layers are fine for things like Wii Minis or like a Null Dendo, where you're not running them off of batteries, and if the heatsink has to be a little bigger, that's no big deal. But 4 layers are ideal. And so you can tell, you can look up, if you Google like WiiVision identification guide, I think is the phrase. You should get a guide on BitBuilt that walks you through it. One sec. But basically, if your Wii is a color other than white, so if it's black or red or blue, then it's a 4-layer. And if it's missing GameCube ports, then it's a guaranteed 4-layer. But if it's white and it has GameCube ports, it's probably a 6-layer. There are some 4-layer Wiis that are white and have GameCube ports. But that's not the norm. The vast majority of them are 6-layer boards. So that's how you figure out what board you have. So generally, when I want like a 4-layer Wii, I'll just search black Wii broken on eBay. And then I usually try to spend like 20 bucks or less. But, oh yeah, nice. You sent you the Vision identification guide, so you can reference that in the future. But yeah, usually I have to buy like lots. Like sometimes somebody will be selling like 8 broken Wiis, and most of them will be 4-layer boards. Like Crazy Gadget linked me one last week, and they came in yesterday, and I was very lucky. It came with 8 black Wiis, and all 8 of them boot up, which means that probably just the disk drive is broken. So yeah, when you look at the broken Wiis, you want to look for ones where the disk drive is the issue. If the Wii can boot up into the Wii menu, then you're good. That Wii can be modded, and will be perfectly fine for building a portable with. But if it turns on and it only displays a black screen, or if it outputs no video at all, then it's kind of, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to get it working. It's possible. Sometimes it's just something like the Bluetooth module is loose, or something is shorted out and taking it apart fixes it. But I generally won't buy a Wii if it says like no video or black screen, unless it's like for a crazy cheap price. But there's so many Wiis out there with broken disk drives that you generally don't need to look too hard. And you can also check like your local Craigslist or whatever. But sometimes people sell things for super cheap. Sometimes they think their garbage is worth gold. So it's hit or miss. Alright, so right now I'm just connecting all of my voltage wires up to the Wii. I like to connect my wires to the back of the Wii, which isn't necessary. You can connect them to the front, but it makes it easier to tell if something has come loose. Or alternatively, you can just solder well and not risk anything having come loose. But yeah, like Poppy says, there are plenty of good starter projects that you can do with the 6-layer Wii if that's all you've got. But I would never use the 6-layer board for a portable. It's worth spending the $20 to double your battery life. Those Mad Catz triggers are nice. They are funny. They're so complicated. Well, I mean, I guess any analog trigger is going to be complicated. But I had to take these apart because like one of the little pieces fell off and I had to reattach it. There's like a whole like system in there to make them work. But it is cool that it's like a single system. So everything analog trigger related attaches right to this. Like the GameCube, like on a GameCube controller, it's split off into like a few different assemblies. Like you gotta screw one thing into another, some parts of it mount to like the back of the controller, other parts are mounted to the PCB. But not the Mad Catz controller. Everything lives and is attached to this gray plastic piece. Go. There's our 1.8 volts, and now we'll do 1.15 volts. Let me zoom in a bit. If you want to get mad about thinking garbage is good, gold, look at GBAs on eBay. Broken GBA SPs being sold for like 70% value. Yeah, no. Game Boy markets are crazy. I mean, most retro gaming stuff has gotten a lot worse since like the pandemic. Because it used to be, I'd go on eBay any day of the week and get a Wii for 15 bucks. But that's not the case anymore. I'm a little annoyed because there's like a random like thrift shop for like retro video games near me. And I moved to this city in 2018. So 5 years ago. And when I went in for the first time, they had a big old pile of broken consoles. And they were like, hey, these aren't for sale right now, but they're going to be for sale soon. And I was like, oh, that's nice. I'll be able to get Wiis from here for hopefully pretty cheap. And now 5 years later, that pile still exists saying, yeah, we're selling the broken one soon. I don't think they're ever selling them. I've gone in and asked a couple times, but I've always been like, oh, you need to talk to Richard or something. And Richard's not here right now, so I don't know. Are all black Wiis 4-layer? Yes. Assuming that nobody has opened it up and swapped the motherboard. Which I think I've only ever heard of it happening to someone like once. Like people generally aren't swapping motherboards on Wiis. But as long as it's not, oh, and it's not, make sure it's like the stock Wii black case. Because I know sometimes someone has bought, like, it says like black Wii. And then it's just like, it's got like a vinyl wrapping on it or something. It's not someone trying to like scam. That was not their intention. It was just someone who had a white Wii and they put some stuff on it to make it black. But yes, any black Wii will be 4-layer. You can also check the serial number. There's a thread on the forums that breaks down serial numbers of Wiis. And you can also identify whether a Wii is 4-layer or not based on what serial number it has. Although some eBay sellers block out the serial number, which is like, really? Do you think I'm going to be able to do anything nefarious with the serial number information of a console from 15 years ago? And you know what? Maybe there is something you can do, but I cannot imagine what that would be. I found one that ejects disc and that's how it's broken. Yep, that is perfect. That is the sort of Wii you want for a portable. Because you are not going to be using that disk drive. But yeah, as long as it boots up, that's all you need. Alright, last voltage wire. is the 1 volt line. Oh god, I don't want it to loop like that. That looks so bad. Okay, there we go. I was able to build an Ishida thanks to your build video. Oh good, happy to hear it. That's the hope of these streams, is that I can then archive them and hopefully they'll be at least somewhat useful for people trying to get into building portables. I don't think they'll ever be like a perfect guide for building a portable, because I'm never explaining absolutely everything I'm doing, but I'm glad they're helpful. At some point, I will probably do like a full like start to finish portable Wii tutorial, but it's tough. Because I'm sure things are going to change. And then my guide is going to be outdated. Like, one really cool thing that's being worked on, it's not finalized yet, but a couple people are working on undervolting Wiis. So when you undervolt something, you feed it, like, less voltage than what it technically needs. Like, the Wii has a 1 volt line and a 1.15 volt line. But you can feed those lines a little bit less voltage, and sometimes they use significantly less power. And with the Wii, it's looking like that might be the case on its high like amperage lines. And so Wesk and the Drew M and maybe a couple other people have been hard at work running tests, testing all sorts of different revisions, trying to really get a handle on like how stable a Wii is when you're undervolting it. But I think Wesk said a couple days ago that he was able to run a Wii at like with like 40% power, with like 0 stability issues, and he was able to take it like a little more hardcore and trade off a little bit of stability. So it's possible we might get portable Wiis in the future that have much better battery life, as well as less heat output. So I think that might be one of the next big things for portable Wiis. Okay. Hopefully that solder is stuck on well enough. The Drew got us to a 3-watt Wii. Yeah. So that's still initial tests. There's no guarantee that the 3-watt Wii will be something that we can always perfectly replicate and have working consistently. But yes, that is a significant drop in Wii power consumption. I think the Wii normally uses, once it's trimmed, I think it's normally at around 6 or 7 watts. So by cutting the power consumption in half, that's significant. That is not something to pass up. The Wii motherboard reverse engineering PCBs blow my mind. Yeah, those are a lot of work. I think we still have yet to get anyone to have one like work properly, because it's just such a pain to like relocate the big old chips. But someday someone's gonna do it. They're gonna go all the way. Okay, voltage wires are in. Okay. I think we're gonna go ahead and run a quick test. So I never tested to see if this Wii trim actually works, which is something I should have done, but okay, I think the power button still works. It feels not quite perfect. I'm worried superglue might have gotten in there and gummed it up. But let me check with my handy dandy multimeter. Yeah, I think that tack switch might be busted. Let me check one more time. Yeah. Alright. Well, I'm glad I checked. But the power button doesn't work. I think I poured too much super glue onto it, so I need to get it out. I shouldn't need to take the Wii out. I still have pretty good access to it. So can I just like push on it really hard? I don't want to scuff up the case. There we go. That's why you have to be careful when you're super gluing buttons to a portable. Oh, yeah. You can see, like that light brown there, it's all super glued up. Okay. There we go. And then we will chuck that button so I don't accidentally reuse it. Yeah? Where is the key? Cat is currently chilling about 10 feet behind me. I have a feeling she's probably going to start yelling at me soon because she really likes to go outside. But she's a dumb indoor cat. She doesn't understand how to be outside safely, so I have to keep an eye on her. I think the biggest breakthrough in Wii portals will be if someone can remove the CPU, GPU, and mount the dual custom board without issue. Yeah, that'll be really cool. Because that'll allow for like super integrated portables. It won't really allow them to be any smaller, but you'll be able to like mount everything conceivably to a single PCB and build the world's cleanest portable, internals wise. So that will be very cool once that starts to be a reality. I don't think I'm going to be the guy to do it, because I have zero interest in BGA rework. That just looks like hell to me. I am perfectly happy to stick with my little Wii trims. They do the job. Are you still using the same 1 pound roll of caster solder you first bought? No, this is actually a different 1 pound roll of caster solder. I finished off a roll, I think around the time I finished up the first like giant round of Wii Boy colors. And so I have since gotten a new one. And it looks like I'm about halfway through it, so I might even make it through 3 pounds of solder in my lifetime. That's crazy. But yeah, a pound of caster solder will last you a long, long, long time. I think I got through like 40 portables with just that one roll of solder. And I will probably get through another 40-ish more with this one. Reattach the wires to the button. Okay, you know what? Let me just for a sanity check, let me make sure this button actually works. Okay, ground. Power button. Yeah, there we go. That beeping sound means that a connection is being made, which is what we want in this case. Sometimes the beeping sound is not what you want, because you don't want a connection, but beeping is good here. Okay. How am I going to glue this guy so I don't mess it up like before? You know what? I'll just put glue on the bottom of it. That way if it leaks anywhere, it'll leak like into the case, which won't be an issue here. And then let me like brush just a tiny amount on the sides to help mount it in. Like so. Is it in all the way? Okay. Let's see. While that super glue dries, let's put in more super glue. Hang on, let me make sure I can still Get the screen into place. You'll notice that there is all sorts of like leftover, like, I don't even know what this is. There's some hot glue. There's some like epoxy glue remnants all over the screen. I'm using the one that came with the portable when I first bought it, because I don't really feel the need to use a brand new screen in here. But this screen is in rough shape. Oh, you know, before I put it in, let me clean out the front of it. There's a lot of dust and whatnot. I've got my handy dandy Walmart brand screen cleaning towelette. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We've got most of the back half assembled. We're just getting ready to actually test the back half and make sure the Wii turns on. But we're waiting for some glue to dry on that side. So in the meantime, we're doing a little bit of work on the front. Alright, that should be good. I would never use the screen in a portable I'm selling, but this one I'm hanging on to, so I can get away with a little more jank and ugliness. Where are flat tweezers? Here we go. Glue makes this a real... Okay, how much of this can I knock off? Really don't want to break the screen. Yeah, I don't think any of this, like, yellow stuff is coming off. I don't know what it is. It's got to be, like, epoxy glue. Don't use epoxy glue in portables. You should avoid, like... You shouldn't really even be using hot glue or super glue. It's okay to use a little bit of it sometimes, but glue is a structural component of some parts of this portable, unfortunately. Oh, flush cutters, let's try this. Is this a rebuild of yours? Did you get this from someone else's? So I bought this portable back in like 2020 from a guy named Noah. And I think this was the first or one of the first portables he ever built. And so it's got a fair amount of jank and confusing bits to it. But I bought it for like the cost of parts, so I can't complain. But yeah, it's always my plan to rehouse all of the parts into a new portable, or into a new WiiVision. So that's what we're doing today. But yeah, I haven't used like epoxy since the first portable I ever built. Ever since then, it's been all screw posts and hot glue and super glue. Although mostly the first one. Don't crush that. Okay. What's blocking the screen? It's not going all the way in on this corner. Okay, there we go. When in doubt, push harder. Okay, so this USB-C solution I have kind of locks the screen in, so once it's in, it's not going to come out, so let's pray that it works. Actually, you know, we're going to play it safe. We're not going to super glue this in yet. It still friction fits in pretty well. Not well enough that I want this for the final, like, build. But it'll be fine for testing And then once I'm absolutely sure it won't break, we'll glue it down. Okay, oh, god damn it. Did I glue this one too hard too? Oh, maybe not? That's weird. Only... Hang on, let me check this one real quick. Okay, now that tag switch still works. No, I'll check the other one too. Well, I can't. It's recessed. It'll be annoying. Okay, did the power switch get... it's still wet. Okay, I'm gonna run and use the bathroom real bit quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Oh, eventful stream? Oh, shut up, Wesk. I mean, you know what? I just need to get like a can in front of me. I can just pee on stream. That'll be hype. Okay. Let's see. Is the super glue dry yet? No, not yet. I'll let that dry for a bit longer. We can start working on... Let's put the driver board in. So this screen is a 5-inch 4x3 screen. 4x3 is nice because that's the aspect ratio that GameCube games are in. It's a TFT panel, so it's not super bright. You're not gonna be blown away by the way the screen looks. But unfortunately for 4x3 screens, there's not a whole lot of options. So this is the best one we got, and it's pretty good. There we go. Do I just want to dump hot glue in here? I don't want to, but that might need to be what I have to do. Okay, I'll go ahead and mount the LED board real quick. Also, another point of confusion for me about this portable is that the LED board has a screw post and a screw hole, but Noah just super glued it in. Or not super glue, hot glue. Alright. That should be cleaned up enough. We'll go ahead and And the X-Acto knife, the screw post a little bit to make it easier to drill in. Oh, I need a LED pipe. Those are still up here. LED pipe just helps diffuse the light really nicely, so it's not just like a bare LED looking at you. Do you still have your first portable? Unfortunately, I have the original of every single portable I have ever built, except the first one. My first portable wasn't very good. It was really bad. That's what I should say. And so I sold it to someone else for parts, so that they could use it to build their own portable. But then unfortunately, I kept on building portables and got better at it. And so now I am missing my very first portable that I ever built. I am planning on doing a video eventually of like rebuilding that portable and keeping a lot of the problems it had, and kind of breaking down like how I got into building portables and common mistakes people make with their first one. So someday I will remake it. I've actually got all the PCBs, all the parts, all the CAD is done for it. I just don't know how to phrase it in a good video that will perform well right now. So that one's kind of sitting on the back burner for whenever I've got a good idea. Do I have a pair of pliers? Kitty, where are the pliers? I have two pairs of the... Oh, they're right here. I found them. But yeah, I do regret selling my first portable. Wish I still had it. But I got all the other ones, so... The collection is nearly complete. And I did reach out to the guy a couple of years ago to see if he still had like at least the case from it. See if I could buy that back off of him, but he had long since thrown out all of his portablizing stuff. Which I can't blame him. The Waluigi case, which was a work of abstract art. Needs to go in a little more. Come on. Whatever. No one's gonna know it's not perfectly flush. Okay. Now we gotta get a screw in there. Need a pretty assistant to hand you tools while you work. Well, I got a pretty cat. She likes to chew on the tools. And just about everything else. I just need to put my tools back in the same spot every time. That's what I need. Okay, there we go. Oh, well, I pinned the switch FFC connector to there. That's... Come on. Really? Okay, wait, I'm actually gonna break it if I keep tugging. There we go. Stay out of there. Okay. LED board is mounted. Yeah. My cat has not proven to be particularly trainable so far. If she wants to do it, she will do it. If she doesn't want to do it, she won't do it. And if I make her do it, she will yell at me. Oh, whoops. Okay, well, this tack is coming out. I need to bend the legs of it up, because the bottom one is making contact with the screen housing. I don't want it conducting signals into the screen housing. Is what we're hearing also what you're listening to in your headphones? Yes, assuming it's a remix of a Pikmin song, I think, right? Yeah, the Piccolopedia. But yeah, I just hear my PC audio. I'm not listening to anything else. I suppose I could listen to whatever I want, but sometimes there are audio problems on the stream, so I'd like to be able to hear them first. Sometimes people are polite and don't tell me when there are issues. Okay. That's re-glued in. Okay, surely that button is all good now. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, that button sounds nice and healthy. Let's make sure it actually presses with the multimeter. Okay, well, it works, but I didn't glue it in hard enough. As soon as I pressed it that time, it popped loose. Not enough glue the first, or too much glue the first time. Not enough glue the second time. Okay, let me smear that in the wedges real quick. Alright, hopefully that isn't too much. In the meantime, we'll go back to working on this half. So to hold in the screen, I think we're just going to have to do the old shove hot glue everywhere. Oh, I can mount the headphone jack real quick. So this portable uses like a headphone jack with like a little ring around the oh, don't lose the ring. A ring around the outside. So it's nice and simple to mount. No like PCB or anything, it just goes right into place. Although I think it mounts at a very slight angle. Oh, maybe not. Might be perfectly level with the screen. I could never play Pikmin as a kid. Left Behind stuff always made me so sad. Well, any good general knows how to lose a few soldiers. Guess you weren't cut out for that military life. There we go. Forgot just how many tragedies could befall your Pikmin. There have been some good Twitter like posts going around of like people playing Pikmin for the first time and finding out about like the bomb rocks in Pikmin 2 or that Pikmin can't swim in water. Nothing hurts more than a good old squad wipe. Okay, am I going to just pump the glue in? Ah, who's going to stop me? Okay. So my hot glue gun is pretty wimpy. I don't get that nice, like, strong hot glue that other people do. I think I probably need a different glue gun. Which I did buy a different hot glue gun a long time ago. But it didn't, like, I bought like 2 different kinds of hot glue sticks and neither of them fit it. So I went back to the old one. Speaking of which, I'm all out of glue. I need a stick. There we go. I wasn't a Pikmin gal growing up. I was more Sonic Adventures DX. Well, that's where you and I differ. I had Sonic Adventure DX as a kid, but I did not enjoy that game. It was too unclear about what you were supposed to do. And so I never got further than like the first like couple of levels. And then like I went back to it as an adult because I was like, oh, I was just a dumb kid. Surely the game wasn't that confusing. And then as an adult, it was like, okay, wait, this game is not clear on what you're supposed to do. So I played a lot of Super Mario Sunshine. That was my go-to 3D platformer, at least until Galaxy came out. And Sunshine is a hard game, and I could not beat it as a kid. And so I'd usually get like, I don't know, 10, 15 shines deep, and then I couldn't figure out what to do on like any of the levels after that. So I would erase my save file and start over and replay the game because I like the first 10 shines. But I think Sonic Adventure 2 is supposed to be better. At least a little more straightforward on what the gameplay and what you're supposed to do is. But I did not have that as a kid. So I was stuck with the first somewhat confusing game. I was a Melee kid through and through. Loved Sunshine as well. Yeah, my first Smash game was Brawl. I think we had Melee. Like, I remember seeing the Melee disc around, but it just wasn't something I ever played. Yeah, that's some. Oh, whoops. Okay, we're smearing hot glue on the outside of the case now. We don't need that. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people that 3D Sonic games were good. Yeah, my opinion is a little similar, but you know what? I'm sure we all have games we played as a kid that we enjoy that are not actually good. Like, I really enjoy Spyro A Hero's Tale, which was like a random Spyro game that they put on like the GameCube and the PS2. And you know what? I still enjoy playing that game. I have fun with it. But like, I don't know if it's really that good of a 3D platformer. It's probably about as good as like the Sonic games. But you know what? It's what I had as a kid. So I have fond memories of it, and I enjoy it. But I will not try too hard to convince other people that it is good. I have a lot of hot glue along the top. Kind of want to put more along the bottom, but I've already... Oh, you know what? Let me remove the headphone jack real quick. That'll help. I also love Double Dash. Yeah, I am a big fan of Double Dash as well. Okay, get this out. Oh, I think did I put this on backwards? No, I don't think so. Alright, come on, get out. There we go. Oh. Smash on GameCube's Melee. Brawl's the Wii one. It's also a lot of fun. Yeah. It does feel really weird to go back to and play as an adult. Like any of the Smash games that aren't Ultimate for me. Since once a new Smash game came out, I always moved on to it. The physics are always so different between them. But Brawl was a classic. Wait, I can't smear glue up on top. That won't. I pretty much only played simple and popular GameCube games, so my portables were all experienced the rest of them. Yep, that sounds good. I mean, I mostly play like the same 10 games on my portables. I play the Pikmin games, I play Mario Kart, I'll play Spyro. I'll occasionally try out a new game, but I don't know if there are any like new to me games that I've beaten on a portable. Although I have beaten some Pikmin ROM hacks, which I guess are technically new games, but not really. But Pikmin ROM hacks are really fun. I've been enjoying those. Okay. Now we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of cleanup. Got all the hot glue strands before I start gluing more stuff in. Come on. But yeah, I'll say it one more time. Generally, if you're designing your own portable, don't design it so that you have to hot glue the screen in. The better way to do it is to like put a couple of screw posts like at the edges, and then design some sort of like thin little part that like holds the screen driver board down and holds the screen down. That way you don't need to glue stuff down. Because sometimes you have to take the screen out. And if I have to take this screen out, well, I mean, I just spent like 5 minutes hot gluing it down. Getting it out will take a while, and cleaning it up will take a while, and then re-gluing it will take a while. So this is not the recommended method, but that's how this portable was designed. So that's what we're gonna do. But the first portable Wii I ever like designed myself, it had 0 screw posts in it. Everything was mounted with glue and epoxy, and it was a mess. And it never really ended up working perfectly. So that was how I learned the value of planning and putting in screw posts. Trying to come up with a case that only uses screw posts and brackets? Yep, it's the way to go. And it's not that hard to do, especially if you have your own 3D printer to run like checks and prototypes with. Because then you can just print out like one part of the case and be like, okay, does this all screw together right? And you can tell pretty quickly if it does or not. At the time when I did that, I didn't have easy access to a 3D printer. There was one at my school, but it was pretty expensive to use. So I wanted to do my case in one shot. So my solution was, oh, whatever, I'll just make the general shell outline, and then we'll just glue everything in. But I was able to design a portable after that, without a 3D printer of my own. And so basically, I did my best on the first design. I got it printed by someone in the community, and then once I had it in my hands, I was able to make all the adjustments I needed in just one shot. And then got it printed one more time, and yeah. Then that was essentially the final version of the case. And it definitely could have been improved with a couple more revisions, but it was more than usable. That was the green portable I made, the Waker of the Weaned. And then I got a 3D printer about a year after that. There was a modder who lived in the same state as me, and he was getting rid of a bunch of his modding stuff. So he sold me his Prusa for pretty cheap. I got it for a very reasonable price. So I had a Prusa Mark II for a while. That was what I built the Louie with. So having your own 3D printer really helps in the design process, but you don't absolutely need one. Although I think nowadays, like everyone's college or high school has one. And that's generally the age of most modders, though there are some exceptions. We have some fogies in the community. Although I guess if you're an adult, you probably have the funds for your own printer. Or at least it's a little more within reach than a 14-year-old. Okay, I think we're almost done with the hot glue gun for a while. I Impulse bought Ninja 3 Pro. Best money I've ever spent. Yep. I've heard the Ender 3 is solid. They just take a little bit of work to maintain and get working properly, from what I understand. But yeah, they're pretty cheap now too. I think you can get them for like $200 sometimes. Although maybe that's not a very good Ender 3, but it's at least a jumping off point. Okay. Alright, all done with hot glue for now. I'll let that tack switch dry for a little bit longer. Oh wait, I lied. We're gonna need the hot glue gun one more time because the GC Plus, which is the controller for the system, it mounts right here with hot glue. But so this is the GC Plus 1.0. Since then there's been the GC Plus 2.0, which is just better. And it's the same price that the 1 was, so there's no reason not to use it. But I'm using the 1 because, well, that's what this portable had inside of it. It's an old portable. And the 1 works fine. 2 has a lot of nice quality of life features, but I will survive without them. If it truly bothers me that much, I will use a different portable. Mounts with hot glue is a phrase that makes my skin crawl. Yeah. It's not what you love to hear. The good news is that there will also be like 10, 15 wires going to this, so those should hold it down as well. Although mounting something with wires is probably worse. So I'm gonna hold this down, wait for the glue to cool. Alright, there we go. I really just need to get one of those industrial hot glue guns. I don't use the hot glue gun much, but this is one, I think my mom gave it to me. It was out of her like craft bin many years ago. And you know what? It works. But it's like mini low temp. And it might be time for me to move on and get a better one. Because that one takes like 10-15 minutes to heat up too. Although it probably doesn't help that I sometimes leave it plugged in for days at a time because I forget about it. But oh well. Right, come on. I have to go watch some videos about transferring files from memory cards to SD cards. Oh, nice. Yeah, hopefully those were easy to follow. I'm pretty sure I just used like a YouTube tutorial too. Okay. Now we're done with the hot glue gun, I think. So now what I'm gonna do... Oh, I should bend these the other way. Is we're gonna go ahead and start working on wiring up the controls. So to start, I should show this on the camera. I'm gonna bend these legs of the tack switches in towards each other because every tack switch or every controller based tack switch on this portable connects to ground. So rather than running 4 ground wires to every single button on the D-pad, we'll just connect all the ground pins on the D-pad together and then run a single ground wire to make our lives easier. Oh, that tack switch is loose. There we go. Which I should have bent these legs out to begin with, but I just didn't even think about it. Ah, it's okay. Now I do just save money and buy everything that I need to make Wii portable. and own a GameCube. I guess, do you already own a GameCube? Because the tool I was thinking of is a homebrew one for the Wii. And so as long as you have a Wii with memory card ports somewhere, you should be able to run that homebrew just fine. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. Oh, I'm curious. Can you guys hear like the sound of a fan running in the background? Or something that sounds like it? I forgot that there's a dehumidifier running in the room behind me. And I might need to close the door to keep the sound out. Because, they're redoing one of the drywall, the insulation on one side of the house. Because there was a big old leak. So I assume the dehumidifier is there to get any leftover wetness out. It's a little loud. Not that I can tell? Okay, cool. I guess the mic doesn't pick it up. Alright. That took me longer than it should have, but now we're just going to go ahead and solder all of these legs together. Like so. And now we only need one ground wire. Perfect. And then these tack switches, we're going to need to probably run a wire to ground them all together. Because there's no good way to like bend these. You can see they're all kind of far apart and scattered. Because they're the weird Mad Catz buttons in an odd layout. But we'll just use some 34 gauge magnet wire. Okay. We'll go from here to here to here to here. Should be a reasonably efficient way to do it. And then the nice thing with magnet wire is you can just kind of put a blob on it wherever you want. And then if you burn it for a few seconds, it will expose a nice copper point you can just solder on. It's easier than trying to like daisy chain individual wires together. Just do one long wire. But yeah, magnet wire, which is this little thin wire I'm using here, is an essential part of a portable Wii. That's what you're going to use for all the WiiVias, and it's very easy to bend and strip it, but it's hard to accidentally strip it, so you shouldn't have to worry about exposed wire anywhere. It is a kid, but I want one as an adult to play on my favorite games. I have a Wii U. Gotcha. That makes sense. I just wanted to make sure you didn't think you needed like a GameCube to build a portable Wii. But nothing wrong with wanting one. It is a fun console. Oh, are we stuck in Stardew Valley hell? Why are we in Stardew Valley hell? Get me out. No, why aren't you shuffling? Shuffle the playlist. Okay, there we go. I think we can even get the Z button grounded here with this wire. There we go. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and wire up the Z button before it gets any harder. Oh, okay. Yeah, if the save file is what was keeping you from building the portable, that's a pretty easy fix. Going back and forth between a GameCube and a portable might be a little trickier. But if you found a good way to do it, I'm sure there's like an SD card program for it. That you use with like a SD Gecko or something. Okay. Now we can ground this. So, and then there's a nice ground pad, like 3 millimeters away. So we'll just use that one. I'm hopeful to have this portable built before I need to go get dinner, but what time is it now? Oh, it's already 5? We'll see. Realistically, I probably need to get dinner around 7 or 7:30. I don't know if I can pull this off in 2.5 hours. But if that's the case, then I'll just take a quick dinner break. There we go. And then we just ground this side of the controls. Should be easier. I only need one simple wire for that. Nice part about red wires on red boards that they blend in pretty well. I suppose that's one way to make your internals look good. You just like spray paint everything black once it's all in there. You can't tell what's what. It's just a clean black inside. That. This then goes here. Okay, I think now we're gonna go back to the back half and see if my power button works this time. Oh boy. I think I might have put too much glue in. Let's find out. Button, ground. Wait, I got a press out of it. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Okay, button works. So now what we're gonna do is we are gonna wire up a couple of batteries, and we're gonna wire up a video output port to it, and we're gonna see if we can get video out of it. There's a lot of floating wires here, which could be bad, but we'll just hope that they aren't. Okay, so what I've got here is this is just like the stock video port on a Wii, and so I just desoldered one of those and attached a couple wires to it for easy composite out. Although the Wii video ports are a pain to desolder, because it's pretty easy to get them off, but getting them off without like warping the plastic on the inside of the port, that's a little trickier. And I'll just wire up composite to this little resistor right here that has composite. And then whenever you run a composite signal, you also need a ground signal with it, or else your monitor won't really know what to make of the signal. Just need a common neutral point. Okay. Let's turn that on, and then this is my normal Wii testing setup. It's a little jank, but we'll yoink the batteries off of it for now. And then this ground pad. Oh, that is a hefty ground pad. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Okay, wait, before I connect up the batteries, I need to disconnect the 3.3 volt wire from mode. That's what tells the Wii to use VGA or component instead of composite, which is an important wire when you want VGA, but I'm going to disconnect it because I don't want VGA right this second. Okay. So now I will connect my Wii video cable. And finally, the batteries. Oh, are these gonna reach? Oh, they will. And now, very important, do not touch the battery plus wire to the battery minus wire, or to ground. That will cause sparks and could potentially break things, but you're more likely to break something if you flip the battery plus and the battery minus wires. That will destroy the PMS. Okay, so now I'm going to hold the power button for a couple seconds, and if we're lucky, that blue screen should go black. Let's see. Oh. Okay, that's a good sign. And now if we wait like 30 seconds, we should get like a portabilize me, no USB. Oh, wait, here, let me... Oh, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't think I set up this scene properly. Oh, yeah, okay, well. Okay, I'm not even going to bother. We'll stick with this one for now. But you can see up over there in the corner, that is the portabilize me screen that says, hey, I can't find a USB drive. What are you doing, man? Which is good. That means that the portable works, or it means that the Wii works. And all I need to do is connect up a USB drive, and it should keep working. That is beautiful artwork on the back. I played more Pikmin before he was born. Yes, that is my dad talking in the chat. Apparently I was raised with lots of Pikmin playing, which probably explains why I like the game so much. Although it's been funny, because I've been playing through the game with a friend, and it's... like, Pikmin is a game I've been playing for so long that Pikmin works the way it works. I don't question it. Nothing's weird, that's just how it is. But then, like, he'll play and I'll be like, why doesn't it work this way? This would make way more sense. It's like, oh, you know, I guess it would make more sense if that was how it worked, but that's not how Pikmin works. So I wonder how many other games have various jankness or bad design to them that I've grown up with them, so it's like, oh, that's just how that game is. Nothing wrong with it. Okay. So, what do we want to do now? We know that the Wii works, so I'm good to just start wiring stuff up. I think we'll start with the USB ports. That's how Pikmin 3 will be. I hate to break it to you, but you're old. Pikmin 3 came out years ago. We're on Pikmin 4 now. Although Pikmin 3 actually, it changes a lot of things. So it's a lot more, it makes a lot more sense for first-time players. I'd say if you never played Pikmin before and you want to get into it, I think Pikmin 3 is probably the best starting point. And then you should go back and play 1 and 2, with the understanding that some parts of it are a little weird. And that Pikmin 2 is just a mean game. It is not kind to its players. I have too much solder. I don't want a big solder blob. Come off, please. There we go. Although I did play there was a Pikmin 4 demo that came out a couple days ago. And I played that. And some things about it are really weird. Or at least feel weird. But I'd imagine I'll probably get used to it as I play. Okay, so we have 2 sets of USB data lines. I don't think it really matters which pair goes on which port. I think one port is technically like the default port for the Wii, so it'll prioritize that one over the other one. But worst case scenario, I'd take the USB drive out and put it in the other one. And the nice part about using a Wii that someone else has trimmed is that all of his wires are still on it. Oh, okay, well I said that. Then I was going to say as long as the solder joints were good. And one of the wires is cut loose. So I'm redoing that. Okay, that should be good. Okay, the green wire is data negative. Where's negative? So I need to flip these. Like so. And then just attach it, I think. And then the other set of data wires. Also, these USB data wires aren't twisted very tightly. Which, I think USB worked when I first got it, so I won't worry about it too much right now. But, when you're doing the USB data lines on your portable, you should twist them with like a drill or a Dremel. Get them as tight as you possibly can. Because that's important for making sure the USB signal isn't degraded too much. Okay, USB is all good. I'll go ahead and reconnect this wire for VGA. Just like so. And then what exactly are all of these wires? That's the controller data wire. How many do we have? 1, 2... Oh, I forgot. Okay. So, the audio amp this portable uses is an old one. So this little green board right here, it was called the WiiHUD amp. So it was a board designed by Aurelio. It's a teeny tiny little audio amp. It only works with Wii's, but it lets you control the volume with the buttons of the GameCube controller, and it'll show you like the volume, like what settings your volume is at, like on the actual screen of the portable, like by kind of hacking into the GPU a little bit. So it's a cool little amp. Now it exists in the form of the U amp. So, if you're looking for an audio amp for a Wii portable, go with the U amp. I think it's the U amp 2 now. I think they made a new revision of it. But that's how I get audio out of all my portables. But now I gotta remember how on earth this board works, because I have not used one of these in years. But I think we'll figure it out. Although I'm gonna need to find a diagram for this. Some of these are labeled differently. Alright, well, that's a problem for future me. Okay, I've also got these fan wires here. So Noah had these, I think they were just attached like right here somewhere. But I don't like having my fan power wires anywhere near the audio stuff. I've had really bad like crosstalk in the past, or near video. But okay, I can make this work. We're just gonna have to graft on a little bit, some longer wires. Alright, Jay, I'll see you back whenever you get back. I think we'll just do some 30 gauge magnet wire. That'll work fine. And then I'll connect the fan directly to the PMS. So there shouldn't be too much risk of fan noise. Or another thing you generally want to avoid is you want to avoid having your USB wires go across your audio lines. That can make a fair amount of like crosstalk, and like when you're like saving to like your USB drive, if you have like headphones in, you can like hear little like, it sounds like disc writing sounds almost. Which unfortunately the USB lines go right past the audio lines. But I'm just going to live with it, because I'll be honest, I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be playing this portable with headphones a whole lot. So it's not worth the time it'll take me to fix it. But if this was a portable I was selling, I would definitely fix it. Last part about building something for myself is that it can be junk. And I'll be happy with it. Because it's probably just going to sit on a shelf. Oh. There you go. And another wire. Okay. And then we're going to wrap some caps and tape around it, because I don't want exposed wires just hanging out. Where did my roll go? I was using it earlier. I spend more time looking for stuff than I do building stuff. Where'd it go? I put it like underneath something? No. No. Okay, whatever. I'll use a different... Oh, here it is. I found it. As soon as I gave up. Alright. It's a little messy, but it'll be fine. So this tape I'm using is called Captain tape. It's very handy for portables. It's essentially super thin electrical tape. So you can put it under boards if you need to like sandwich a couple things together. It's never too thick, and it does a good job of sticking. Better than electrical tape I've used, in my experience at least. And it's pretty cheap. You can get like a few different sizes of rolls off of Amazon for like $10. Like I think I might still be on the same like set of Captain tape that I first got years ago. I don't think I've ever had to buy another roll. Although I might need to soon. Thanks, Happy Hiker. Do you think a clamshell mod for the Switch Lite would be possible? That's actually a cool idea. That would be fun to build. I'll keep that one in mind. It would definitely be possible. It would be tricky, potentially. I've never seen the inside of a Switch Lite, so I don't know if like the Joy-Cons or the attached controllers are on separate boards. But you could definitely do that with a base Switch pretty easily. I don't know if you can keep it up, Ginger, but I think we're about to go through another Wii Renaissance. I haven't seen anything that's been posted today, but I have been following along with like you and Drew with like the Wii undervolting stuff. The numbers you guys are getting on that is crazy. Did you guys find out anything new recently? Yeah, I saw your numbers. Those were a little nuts. I'm very excited to see what comes of that. But yeah, I was talking about it a little bit earlier. But Wesk is working on undervolting with the Wii motherboard, which means power savings, which means better battery life, and it means less heat generation, which means you could use smaller cooling setups. So there's a lot of really, really cool potential there. So who knows? The next portables I built might be nice and undervolted. We'll see. Go. Born just in time for the Wii Portable. And that's what matters, right? Although you might not have been born too soon for Mars. You could be in your 40s and go to Mars, maybe. Or even your 60s. Although I suppose all the astronauts were pretty young. But you know, all of They won't be able to use anyone younger than us. Their brains will be too rotted by TikTok and whatever other social media hells will come through. So they'll still need us. So we just gotta keep telling ourselves. Which reminds me, I need to post to TikTok more. I made like one post and it did really well. And I was like, oh, I should post here more. And I just never made any more little videos for it. I just need to sit down and like chop up some of my old videos into like little TikTok sized parts and upload those. They'll never know the difference. I think we can route this ground wire up here just fine. On a standard 4-layer board, looking at about 45 less power draw with undervolts and GC clocks. Up to 70% less on Hollywood too. 70% is crazy. So is 70% still at about that 3 watt mark that the Drew was talking about, or is that even lower? But yeah, the undervolting stuff looks super sick. It's one of those things where it's like, ah, I feel like someone should have probably tried this sooner. But at least someone's doing it now. .2 watts? Okay, that's wild. For reference, a normal trimmed Wii, like this one, it's like what, 6, 7 watts? I don't know the exact numbers, but that is... I mean, that is a 70% reduction. That's going to be really significant. Oh, okay, only about 5.3? Okay. That's the numbers in my head were higher. Still, that's going to be crazy. And so you can only do the undervolting through like Dios Mios, right? It doesn't work with Nintendo. I've never used Dios Mios, so I don't know if it's portable ready or whatnot, but... yeah, that stuff is all really exciting. Okay, fan is all wired up. Okay, I don't need to wire up the MX chip because this trim already has it, which is cool. Is there anything else I can do, or do we need to go to the front now? Oh, the batteries. Oh, man. Okay. Dios Mios is a pain in the ass. But we got off testing to do projections. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think like back when I was first like modding Wiis, not portables, just modding them. Like when I was like 14 or 15 and trying to get the Wii to work, I think I tried using Dios Mios. Remember that being really, really miserable. Nintendo is nice and easy. You put one file on your USB drive and there you go, you have Nintendo. Aurelio's implementing GC clocks in a Nintendo? Okay. Well, there's a guy who can do it. That's your one. Okay. So, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put our batteries into the system. So, batteries are a little bit rough in this portable. There aren't any battery holders. Does the battery fit? Okay, wait, hang on. This might be a problem. Okay, this is going to be a really tight fit for the batteries. I think this board that sticks out for the... oh, that's bad. Do I have at least a little more leeway on this side? Oh, I don't. Oh. Okay, let me show what the problem is. I didn't realize this would be an issue. Okay, so I don't know if you can see, Okay, yeah, you can. So there's this little brown board right here, which sticks out the trigger. And that's what handles the digital press of the trigger. But it sticks out too far, and it's sticking out into where the batteries are at. And so if I try and shove the batteries in, then it knocks that board loose. Which we can't have. It needs to stay where it's at. So... I don't want to try and Dremel it. I'm just going to take some flush cutters. And we're just going to squeeze really hard and see if we can snap off enough. Oh, there we go. Man, let me check. Oh no, I forgot. I ripped the triggers out of that one. I can't even see how Noah did it. Okay, is that enough? Oh, that's just barely enough. Okay. Okay, crisis will be averted. Assuming I can cut off the same amount on this side. Because the issue is you have to super glue these trigger brackets into place. And I tried to, like, carefully unmount them. Okay, well, I say carefully. That's a bit of a lie. I very aggressively removed them from Noah's WiiVision case, and they didn't survive that process. So I don't want to have to try and cut them out of my shell. Okay. It shifted a little bit, but I think that'll be fine. And then batteries along the bottom. We'll go something like this. Whoa. How? I should have, oh, the wires are kind of covered. I should have a space between these two batteries, but I'm not really getting one. So if we have the ground tabs face each other here, will that work? It'll have to. That's weird. Why don't I have extra space? Do I have more batteries somewhere? Someone's DMing me on Discord. Oh, it's Wes. Oh, okay. Yeah, Wes, what did you want me to what do you want me to test? I'm curious. Because I'm definitely down to help you guys with the undervolting stuff. I have a little undervolting guide. Ah, so you need me to guinea pig. But yeah, shoot anything related to that my way. I'll take a look at it. Okay. Yeah, why don't I have a gap? What? I do need a larger sample set. Makes sense. Oh. I swear Noah had a gap between his two batteries. How did he do that? Are these batteries bigger? Oh well. I should be able to make it work, but it's going to be jank. Okay. We're going to display some improper battery procedures. I've had to do this on the Louis before, but we're going to cut out a little bit of this protective tab on the negative side. Which isn't terribly advisable, but better the negative side than the positive side. And then we're going to do the same thing on another battery. Okay, so you can see we've now got a little bit of space. Oh man, I don't think this is gonna work too well, but I can't think of anything else to do. We're gonna now scratch up this side of the battery with an X-Acto knife to help solder stick to it. Generally, you shouldn't solder to batteries. It's hard to, you're not gonna blow them up unless you do something exceptionally stupid, but it's not healthy for them. And generally, any portable you design should use battery clips. But I didn't design this portable. It doesn't have battery clips, so we just kind of gotta work with what we got. Okay. Knock it out a little bit more. Okay, here we go. Alright, this might be the worst thing I've ever done with batteries in a portable. You should never solder to the sides of batteries. It should be fine. But this is not proper battery usage. Line it up. Now I scuff up the sides a little bit. Okay, we're gonna solder that last. We'll do the other parts of the batteries first. Oh, I don't know if you know this, Wesk, but with like the PMS2, are we able to reconfigure what voltages the batteries spit out with like a software thing? Or not the batteries, the regulars spit out with a software thing? Or are we gonna have to go through and like swap out a couple resistors on the board to get the slightly lower voltages? Because I know PMS1 you couldn't change the voltages, but I wouldn't be surprised if you could with PMS2. Or at least not without the resistors changing. Come on. PMS2 requires resistors replaced? Okay, that makes sense. I can't wait for that to be the new way people break their PMSs. Trying to put on new, what are they, 06, 03, 04, 02? Nivedel's looking at it now? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Scuffing up the tops of the batteries a bit. I broke my PMS with a heat gun. What were you trying to do? I'm curious. Because I don't think I've ever had to hot air a PMS outside of when I'm assembling one. But that's not normal use case scenario. Oh, this isn't on the camera. Okay, that should be good enough. Let's go up the bottoms of these two. There we go. So then when you're soldering to batteries, you want to get a nice solder blob on the end of your iron. Heat it up quickly. You should be on a pretty high heat when you're doing this. I'm usually at about 350, 375. And then just get something that you can stick a wire to. If you mess up, you want to wait a little while before like trying again. You want to give the battery some time to cool. Because batteries aren't really meant to be hit with lots of heat. Oh, I was like, this will be way faster for desoldering, and it was not a bright mind at work. You know what? Your thought process was correct. I'm sure that was faster than taking all the wires off manually, but I'm sure you knocked off something you weren't supposed to. But hold on to it if you haven't thrown it out, because there is a chance that once your soldering skills improve, it's definitely fixable. Ooh. Okay. I might have to cut out a little bit more of these trigger things because it's scratching the battery along its side to the point where I can see silver, which is bad. Do not want that with batteries. Okay. Now I need a little solder blob on the top of the battery. In fact, I'm actually going to make 2 on this battery. That should work. And 1 on this battery. Perfect. Yeah, I kept it. It does normal voltage on 2 of them, but others only 2.2 volts or so. Yeah, hold on to that. I mean, if it's still like turning on and working with 2 of the voltages, that'll definitely be a very reasonable fix once you've got the skills to do it. And it sounds like you didn't break any of the microcontroller stuff, just maybe knocked a couple of components off of some of the voltage regulators. Okay, and then for a quick sanity check, when you connect batteries together in, well, I guess in any system, but we connect batteries in parallel for portable Wiis. You want to make sure that all of your batteries are the same voltage. Because if they aren't, then they dump voltage into each other, and that's not great. And these should all be the same voltage, but I did pull them from different places off of my workbench. So I just want to make sure I didn't like charge any of these up for some reason. Nope, they're all 3.55 volts, which means that they're pretty low. Whenever you get batteries from a store or something, they're going to be really low voltage. So they won't be able to power a portable for very long, as they are now, but that's fine. As long as they're all the same. Okay. Now, I'm going to dot the tops of these batteries. Nice. Okay. Now we have to solder them all together. let's start. Just gonna put ground wires on these. No reason not to. Where is... Here it is. Have you considered doing slight editing for these full build VODs to get them down to an hour or two? Not really. I think it would take a lot of time for me to sit down. Well, I mean, it takes a lot of time to make any of my YouTube videos. But I figure if people want to see things, then probably the full VOD is about as useful to them as like a cut down VOD. That way I don't risk cutting out like something that someone might care about. And if it's like downtime or I'm like repeatedly re-gluing something, you can always just hit the fast forward. So if I were to edit them down, maybe I'd edit them down to like 20 minutes, something short that's not a very good tutorial, but maybe just all the interesting parts of the stream or of the build. But yeah, no plans for slightly shorter VODs. But I can see why some people might like that. Cut off just a little more here. I really hope I'm not cutting off too much. Nah, still a fair amount of pad there. Oh, wait, one of the wires fell off. Uh-oh. Are you the wire? You're not the wire. But you are now. Okay. Now I need to solder this in there without touching the case. There we go. Alright. Crisis averted. Now let's see if I can clip off a little bit of the other one. Okay, now it shouldn't rub up against the batteries anymore, which is good. Oh, and I pulled it out. Get back in there. Okay. Now do the batteries fit nice and easily? Okay, the plastic part still kind of gets in the way, but I'm not too worried about that. Okay, yeah, that is a much better fit. Okay. Put the ground wire on. Great. Now for battery positive, how am I going to wrangle this? It's going to go in this. Oh, you fell off. Stay on the battery. That should be a good enough joint, I hope. I do not miss soldering to batteries like this. This is one of the most frustrating parts of the Louie. It's not any more fun on a portable I'm not familiar with. Okay. Now, let's grab some red wire. Any red wire? Here we go. I want it to be plenty long. Okay. I think I might be able to do a trick I use on the Louie, where I strip off a little bit of wire, not at the end. Yeah, I can make this work. Mark it with my fingernail. That should be good. Now we trim off the end. Just a little more. Okay. Okay. Now we tin the wire. Now, this might be a little bit tricky. I think I need to trim off more wire. Just a little bit. I'm surprised my cat hasn't started yelling at me yet. It's almost 6 o'clock, but she's still napping on her couch. Although she doesn't like me very much when I'm being loud. So that might be why. Cat sat a friend of mine a while ago and it would scream for food so often. Yeah, she doesn't scream for food too much. She's got an automatic feeder and she's not overweight at all. So she always has plenty of food in her bowl. She seems to be pretty good about regulating her diet herself. So I'm thankful I don't have to suffer through dieting a cat. That never looks or sounds terribly fun. But she yells at me quite frequently to go outside. That is her big issue with me. That I control the door. One battery attached. We get 2 batteries. Okay, I should be able to make that work. Okay. Well, there's 2 batteries soldered into place. Now, turn off. Okay. I forgot. I'm still gonna have to figure out how to wire up the triggers. I think I have pictures of how Noah did it. So I'll probably just reference those. Okay. We need another ground wire. Might need to be longer than that. That should be long enough. I think once I'm done with the batteries, we're going to go back to the front half. And we'll finish wiring up the controls. And then we might be good to start connecting the halves together. Which might take a while. We'll see. So I gotta run all the audio stuff, all the video stuff. Some of the trigger stuffs. But we'll get it done. Go. Please just slide into place. Okay, nice. I'm gonna loop this ground wire around way over here, I think. Clippers. Ouch. Okay, well, I didn't think about the fact that I was pulling against the wire right towards all the pointy ends of the USB port. Ouch. I just slammed a bunch of pins into my fingernail. Okay. That. That. Nice. Okay. Next, we'll do the power positive end. Okay. Might have put this battery in too soon. Got to scuff up this side. There we go. Oh, I forgot to rotate. Oh, rotate it that way now, I guess. Do that. Now we need more red wire. And it's stuck inside. Shove that through. Doesn't need to be very long. Should be plenty. Like this. Do that. There we go. This. All right, that should work. Alright. Not the prettiest solder joint I've ever seen, but looks like it's gonna hold. Oh, wait, it went too low. Now the wire doesn't reach. There we go. Oops. Alright. Well, I did scuff up the battery with the soldering iron a bit, which isn't great, but always put Captain tape over it to be safe. Okay. That should be good. So now, we can solder blob these two batteries together. I don't think any dentist would recommend doing this. But I'm not a dentist, so I'll do what I like. I got no clue if that's actually attached to both batteries. Okay. That should be good. Now I run a ground wire, which I got some nice ones here. Is this one long enough? Not quite. There we go. This one should be good. Okay, we're almost done with battery wiring stuff. Sorry, I'm sure this part is really boring. Then again, I'm not entirely sure which parts of a portable Wii assembly stream are particularly interesting. I was really hoping this would be a nice quick one, and then I could just like play test the portable for a couple hours, but that might not happen. Although I might do a stream in the future where I just kind of play all of them for a couple hours. So I'm hopeful to have like 5 portables done by the end of the month. All of them, like other people have done the design work and whatnot. So it's not like I'm designing and building 5 in a month. Just building. Alright. We'll ground this one straight to the PMS. Perfect. That is a bodge job if I've ever seen one. It's all about the vibes, like working with something with others, even if virtually. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. One last wire. I gotta attach this guy. Should be able to just kind of. Okay, that is not attached. Come on. Please just attach. Oh, this wire is barely long enough, I think. We got a little bit of leeway. Okay. Cut off just a little bit. Then we strip it. So with the batteries of any portable that uses a Wii PMS or Wii PMS 2, you have to connect all the positive ends of the batteries together and all the negative ends of the batteries together. So there are different ways you can connect batteries together depending on what you want. You connect batteries in series, so if you go like positive to negative. Okay, don't connect all, well. Anyways, you connect them in series, then you get a higher voltage. But the Wii PMS it operates on like a 3 to 4 volt like range, which is only one battery. So you need to wire all your batteries in parallel, or else you'll feed it too high of a voltage and you'll kill it. That's a somewhat common way where people don't understand how to wire up the batteries. And so they wire them up a different way, and then that can kill the PMS, unfortunately. Okay, so all the positive ends of my batteries are connected. I'm not going to connect the battery to the PMS yet. You don't want to solder, like I got a lot more soldering to do, and you don't want to be soldering in a system that has like live power in it. So, just to be safe, we're going to wait, although I do want to get this wire all lined up. But I need to put Captain tape along the scuffed up batteries first. Alright, there we go. Then for this guy to run to there. That much. And we'll strip it. And tin it. And then I'm going to wrap a little bit of Captain tape around the exposed battery plus joint, because I don't want any ground wires to accidentally come in contact with it. And this will ensure I can't do that. Or outside of ground, really anything. You don't want to be touching battery plus to anything that isn't the battery plus pad. There we go. I'm going to run use the bathroom and grab some more water. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Went outside. What? Yeah? Do you want me to get you dinner? Okay. Cat wanted her little bit of wet food she gets every night, so I gave her that. So hopefully she's done yelling. Okay. Batteries are all... Oh, wait. We need to wire up the negative terminal of this battery. Can I? Yes, there we go. Great. Okay, putting it here should be fine. So with the way the old Wii PMS works, you can just wire your battery negative terminals to any ground pad, as long as it's a big ground pad somewhere, and it should be fine. I think it works the same way on the PMS Lite, but you can't do that with the PMS 2, because that one's got a full-on like battery gauge and whatnot. So you do need to wire your batteries to the battery minus pad. But I could save myself a little bit of hassle by grounding some of my batteries on the Wii. Although it will make things a pain if I do have to get the Wii out, as those are more wires I gotta rip out. But I never make mistakes. I won't need to change anything. So I'm not gonna do that. Okay. What else do I need to do on the back still? I'll need to add wires. Okay, I'll do that now. So you can see these little like 3-pin pieces coming off of the triggers. These are potentiometers. So it's essentially a resistor that changes based on how hard it's pressed, which that's how. Oh. Okay, I didn't think about this. So I attached my battery wires, but my battery wires go through the path of the triggers. So I can't get the full press. Okay, it's not a hard fix. I just need to like rotate the battery wires, which means I have to very carefully desolder them and resolder them. So I can't really get the batteries out of the case at this point. Actually, wait, can I just... What if I just bent the wire? Oh, okay, wait. Okay, it's not as in the way... Okay, this one might need to be resoldered. Yeah, I gotta resolder one of them. The other one I could just bend out of the way. Okay, no biggie. That. Let's make sure it's soldered on nice and well. There we go. There we go. Okay, that could have been much worse. That was only a minor inconvenience. Okay. Oh, this is a problem. I need to pull up the picture that I took of the triggers. But that picture... Oh, it's on my Google Photos. One sec. I'll just look at it on my PC. What is it, kitty? You already got dinner and you already got to go outside. You have nothing to yell at me about. And I went to BitBuild. No. Send me to photos.google.com. Where are the photos of the oh, here they are. Okay. Blue, orange, black is how he has them wired. On the bottom. Orange is data. Black is surely ground. Okay, orange data, black ground, blue 3.3 volts. What was the other photo? I think I get it. I am back. What did I miss? I think you missed wiring up the batteries. I think that was the big thing you missed. Well, I guess big is subjective, but that was the most substantial thing I did while you were away. And now we're gonna attach some wires to the potentiometers. So we are going to use a big red wire, or well, 30 gauge magnet wire for the data line. I forgot. I need to get a new pair of flush cutters. I always say flesh cutters. They're not for cutting flesh. They're for cutting flushly. Because this one is not very good. I have worn it out by trying to cut things that were too thick. Okay. So, and these wires, we're gonna have so many wires coming out of this back half. Okay. So we're going to use 34 gauge green magnet wire for ground. That'll give it to a ground pad just fine. Probably go really short on the other one. Whenever I get around to making a Wii portable, I'll probably watch many videos or read the forum to figure out everything I need. Yep, that's the way to do it. People's work logs are really good. Well, I feel like we don't see quite... Well, nah, that's probably a lie. Probably just as many work logs nowadays. But I don't follow them quite as closely as I used to. But yeah, work logs are great. So you can see what other issues people ran into. You will inevitably run into problems when building a first portable, or any portable. God, I'm going to turn this thing on and everything will work perfectly first try. But I don't know if I've ever had that happen with a portable. Like, I just put it all together, turned it on, and it was perfect. No issues at all. There's always something. Sometimes it's been really easy fixes, but I don't know if I've ever had the godlike one-shot portable run. Oh, I need to ground the shielding on these USB ports. Maybe I don't need to, but it would be good to. Oh, I smell burning plastic. Did I touch the case somewhere? smudged it. Okay, that's fine. I smudged the inside of the case, not the outside. I was under the impression the PS2 portable is perfect and didn't spend days troubleshooting it. Yeah. I did say that in the video, that's right. I think the PS2 portable wasn't too bad. Well, I honestly can't remember at this point. It's been way too long since I worked on it. I think I had a lot of audio issues with it. I think it was because I designed my audio amp a little wrong. It was based on the U amp. And I think I like configured it for a Wii instead of a PS2, which was a pain, but I did eventually resolve that. Was that the only PS2 portable you ever did? Yeah. PS2 Eclipse is my only PS2 portable. And I probably should make a new one in the future, or at least go back and revamp it, because there's been a bunch of new like PS2 like game loading stuff. It's made it a lot better. But unfortunately, a lot of the portabilizing stuff for portable PS2 has gotten harder. Like there's no more PS2 PMS, although it wouldn't be too hard to base it off of the old Wii PMS and make your own board with that, or to make your own from scratch. But it's just not as convenient as just going on 4-layer tech and buying a board. Okay, and then we're going to use a thin red wire for 3.3 volts. One of them doesn't need to be very long. And then my closest 3.3 volt pad. Go a little longer. Okay. Would you ever do this as a full-time job? I would like to do like portables and YouTube as a full-time job. That's essentially what I'm doing right now. Although it's with a little bit of an asterisk since I'm like a single college student in a relatively cheap place to live. So I don't need to make very much money every month to like pay the bills, but I would like to do this more full-time. I'm just worried I have to expand at least a little bit beyond portables. I mean, I think even just like video game mods would be enough. But part of my concern is it takes so long to like design a portable and then to film a video and then to edit a really good video. Like even if I was doing it 8 hours a day, like 40-hour work weeks, I don't think I could get more than like 4 videos out in a year. And that relies on me coming up with good ideas for portables that are both like interesting and unique and something that people would actually click on. And so I think that might be tough. But I think expanding into other areas of like cool or interesting video game mods beyond portables would probably help a lot. But portables are my comfort space, so I just gotta start moving beyond that. I think at some point I want to do a Switch Game Boy video. Like someone came in here earlier and was talking about like a clamshell one, which I was thinking more like a DMG Game Boy, but I do think clamshell would be really interesting. And that would be something people would click on and be intrigued by. So getting into Switch mods, and not like nitty-gritty Switch mods, more like fun, interesting ones that the average layman can understand at a glance. But yeah, we'll see. I'll have a degree in marketing at the end of this year, so I can also get a real job, in theory, whenever I'd like. I'd like to think I'm hireable, but who knows. But yeah, I do enjoy YouTube and building portables, so if I could swing it into something that I can make some real money with, that would be great. I definitely don't want to go down the commissions route. I've spent enough of my life doing portable Wii commissions. And You know what? The fondness of it has not grown on me over the years. But it is nice to have a side gig that if I ever need to make money for rent or something, I can just assemble a couple of portables. And now I have enough of a following that I can just sell whatever I want. I don't have to build only white ones or only one specific design. There are enough interested people that they'll sell no matter what it is. So I am fortunate that my high school hobby ended up being something I can use. Marketing? Do you watch Atriarch by any chance? I used to. I don't think he uploads anything anymore, but that's a whole thing. Okay, this one's ground. Just wire it to the screw post. Have you ever made a WiiSP? No, I haven't. I assume you're talking about the Stone Edge portable? The one where it's a really, really small clamshell? It's a really cool portable. It's one of those, I might build it someday, but it requires some pretty gnarly PCB assembly. And I'm not too eager to try and do that right now. But, it is a very cool portable. So that's one of those maybe someday, if I ever feel like a more ambitious project. But I think if I'm going to go to that much effort, I'd probably just do it on my own portable, if that makes sense. Like, part of the reason I'm assembling, like, all of these, I'm spending all these other people's portables is because I've had the parts for a lot of them for a while. Like, I've had the G-Boy kit for a while, I've wanted to build an Ishida for a long time, and so I have the parts already, and they're relatively simple portables. Like, I should be able to build all of them in, like, a day. But that portable would be, like, at least a week's worth of work, I would guess, if I had to ballpark. I don't know if I want to do all that for something that's probably going to sit on the shelf. I'd take it to, like, conventions and stuff, but that would probably be about it. Okay, this one needs to go to 3.3 volts. The end of that resistor is 3.3 volts. Ashita is easy. Yep. Ashita is definitely a good portable to look into if you're trying to dip your toes in and make a first one. Any portable Wii is going to be pretty tough, because the soldering is pretty much the same across all of them, but the Ishida is a nice and big portable. So you don't have to worry too much about routing wires really tightly or anything. And it's cool. It's a GameCube controller. Really big GameCube controller. I think I want to either do Ishida or G-Wii for my first. Yeah, the G-Wii's a good option. I would say the only advantage to the G-Wii is that it is smaller, the end product. Well, actually, it's a little bit smaller. I think you need the same size of carrying case for either. So I don't think the size difference between a G-Wii and an Ishida is really a big factor. But I would recommend the Ishida because the Ishida has battery clips. And so it's very easy to just drop your batteries in and take them out whenever you need to test things. With the G-Wii, you have to solder them together like I did here. And I hate soldering to batteries. And it's something that beginners struggle with a lot. So if you're on the fence about it, I would go Ishida. But if you really like the rectangle design or the slightly smaller form factor of the G-Wii, then it is not like, oh, the G-Wii is so much harder. It's just, It's just a little tougher. There'll be a couple more annoying parts to it. Not to mention the Ashita is more comfortable and easier to wire up. Yeah. Oh, and the Ashita has custom PCBs for it. I didn't even think about it. The Ashita has all sorts of really well-designed custom PCBs, so everything's nice and labeled. With the GWii, there's no... I think some people might have made some PCBs for it, but the PCBs aren't nearly as thorough and complete. Oh, that reminds me. I was thinking about... because I might do a Ashita stream next week. Because I think my PCB weight cases should be in by then. But I need to buy more of the PCBs. I think I only ever bought the one set. I'll need to do that soon, so I can hopefully get my order in time. Come on, tin wire, tin. There we go. Yeah. See, yeah, the trick is to just outsource the print to an outside company. I think I did do an FDM of an Ashita case to like test it out, and it turned out okay. But I don't know. I think I'd always want like a nylon or a resin print on that. I'd like to... I'm trying to move on from the days of sanding the case from out for hours. Okay. So, triggers are all wired up now. Oh, I need to ground the button. I will do that now, before I forget. Who's the lucky ground pad? I will just shove it over here. Oh, Wes, have you seen HueForge at all? It's like a tool you can use to like get pretty detailed pictures into like a 3D print. And you have to pay for a license, but it's really cheap. But I picked one up yesterday. So I'm going to mess with that. See if I can get that to work for like cooler artworks in like portable cases. Okay, yeah, you saw the video I posted? Yeah, that looks like something I would like a lot. But I need to see how complicated the process of getting something that actually looks good is. Okay, there we go. Is it front side time? Oh, actually. Okay, I forgot. One other. So if the battery system wasn't rough enough for you yet, don't you worry. Because the batteries need to be hot glued to hold them in place better. So we're gonna have to do that eventually, but I think we'll wait until the end, just in case they need to come out. Okay, so we're gonna set the back half aside, and we're gonna go back to the front half. So front half, most of what we have left to do is controller wiring. Which isn't very hard, it's just gonna take a little while. No. My cat is sleeping with the this DigiKey speakers packaging as a pillow. I'm gonna resend all of these pads real quick. Some of them are a little rough. Okay, there we go. For controller wiring, I'll usually use magnet wire. Small, thin, easy to route, easy to tin. Just a good all-around wire. Oh, sorry. Jay, you asked how you solder batteries earlier and I missed it. I would go back and watch the VOD of this one, probably. But basically you have to kind of scuff up the ends of the battery a little bit. And then you have to very carefully solder to them. You're not likely to blow up a battery. I don't think anyone's ever like truly blown one up while soldering to it. But you can ruin a battery if you're too aggressive or you spend too long with the heat. But yeah, that's partially why I really like the Ishida. It's got battery clips. G-Boy is the same. That one also has battery clips. So no battery soldering. You did pop a coin cell? Okay, that's true. Wait, did I? I don't know if I ever popped a coin cell. I've popped capacitors before. I know Crazy Gadget has. Maybe I've blurred it out of my memory. I don't think I've ever popped a coin cell. Yeah, I know Crazy Gadget has. I don't think I've ever managed to do that before. Although I do solder to coin cells, so I'm certainly not above ever having had popped one. But no, I did startle myself with a capacitor one time because I was just hot airing them off of a Wii or something, and they started popping, flying all over the place. Now I gotta make sure I don't do the pin across from where I connected ground. There we go. Okay, I'm also gonna need... I need switch joystick breakout boards, which I think I have some assembled somewhere. Here. Oh, where's the start button on a WiiVision? Because I thought these 4 were all for screen controls, right? I have to confront the picture I took of Noah's internals. I guess it could also be this button down here. Alright, I'll figure out what the start button is later. That'll be important. Okay. This one is the B button. Okay, B button. Is this the X button or the Y button? X. Okay. Wait, do I have a GameCube controller? Is that supposed to be the X button? I might have the X and Y button flipped, but it's a weird button layout, so no one's gonna notice. A button. Let's see, I think after the Y button, I'm gonna go dig up some switch stick breakout boards. It's possible I might need to assemble a couple. They're pretty easy. Go. Nice A button. And Y. Okay, let me go. Oh, my box of things is right here. Hang on. So this is This is my miscellaneous box where everything miscellaneous goes. I got a couple. I think one of these is dead. I think the other two are usable. I just thought they were dead. I was dumb. I didn't understand how the PS2 worked. So we are looking for... okay. Found a couple switch breakout boards, but they aren't assembled. I thought I had a couple assembled ones in here. What memories do we have? Oh, here we go. An Omega trim. Probably dead Wii trims. Might be resable, but I've not taken the time to do so. A couple of old GC pluses. Oh, this is cool. An old Gman, what are these called? Business cards? You might still use those, actually. Baggie full of Wi-Fi modules. Transistors for the Wii Bluetooth button. Mod. I think this is an old crummy 3.5... Wait, is this a nice one? No, I think this is a crummy 3.5-inch screen. It's like 240p or something. Oh, here we go. I do have a baggie full of Switch breakout boards. Anything else cool in here? Oh, this is a classic. This is the first ever battery holder I ever tried to make. Back in like 2017. It doesn't work. I like tried to solder the clips on a perf board. Didn't work very well. An old Louis board. Oodles of bit built. Cooling setup. Oh, here we go. A nice power jack. I use this to test whether I can charge up my the PMS as I assemble. This is a Wii trim I got from someone else. It's a weird shape. Oh, I think Drew sent me these. I have some Wiis from Drew that he sent me to try and revive. I think I got one or two of them working. Although nowadays he could probably get them working himself. That was back, I think, when he was new. Alright, well, that's the fun stuff we'll see in the box today. Okay. I used to sell the Switch stick breakout boards, which is why I have a bunch of extras. But then BitBuild stores started selling them themselves. They yanked my business, which is fine. It was kind of annoying to like have someone pay me $3 and then have to go ship them out in the mail. But that's all right. I'm gonna trust past me to have done a good job soldering them. Which could be a mistake. Okay, let me... This is how we're looking from the front now. If I show the light on the screen, you can see how messed up it is. But you know what? As long as it outputs video, that'll be good enough. Now, where did the captain tape go? Because I like to use it to hold up portables. Here it is. Trusting a past version of yourself is always a mistake. Yeah, past me wasn't quite as good at soldering, but I think I was well into taking commissions at this point. So I would hope that I could properly solder a Switch stick breakout board. I think I'll put some captain tape along the back of the Switch things, just so there's no risk of everything shorting out. Go. And then the other one. There we go. What are you doing? Don't tug on the carpet. should be on well enough. I guess. I'm debating how I want to attach these. I could super glue them on, because it's only to the captain tape. I don't really want to do that. I don't want to use hot glue either. Whatever, we'll just... you shouldn't really ever super glue PCBs. That's never a good idea. But... this is already a relatively jank design. Might honestly just pull up the captain tape. Well, only one way to find out. And this one... yeah, we'll do that. Super glue flying around on a FFC. Oh, the music died. I'll restart it as soon as I've held this down for a little while. How long have I been live for? Okay, almost 4.5 hours. There's a chance we could be done around the 6-hour mark. But it's not a very great chance. Okay. Wait, did I not? Okay. I forgot that on the breakout boards I made, I didn't label which pin was what. And there's a time where I had it memorized off the top of my head, but that time has passed. So I haven't used these breakout boards in forever. Might actually have to open up a thread I made forever ago on how to use switch sticks in a portable. So I think I was tactically the first one to ever do it, but all that discovery really was attaching a 5-pin FFC connector to it and going, oh wow, it works. So, you all have me to thank. Without me, we never could have advanced this far. But before then, 3DS sliders were the go-to. Which honestly, I think I probably like 3DS sliders more than Switch joysticks, feel-wise. But they're more expensive. And they're becoming a little harder to get a hold of. Okay. Oh wait, hang on. I forgot. I've still got one of Noah's. That's all. Okay. I've got this purple one that was in the original in the WiiVision I got from Noah. Actually, I could have reused this one. I think the other one was all glued up, so I didn't want to use it. But this one is labeled. Okay, so we have 3.3 volts. And the Y. Okay. This screen runs off of 5 volts, so I can't really pull 3.3 volts off of it. So we're gonna have to go all the way back to the GC Plus. Unfortunately. That's another nice thing about controller breakout boards. I wouldn't have to wire these if the WiiVision used them, but that's okay. That's 3.3 volts. And then it's Y. Use a red wire for Y. Okay. This is the Y line. Oh, wait. Ah, well. I usually do green for ground and red for 3.3 volts. But I flipped those on the Switch joysticks, so I just gotta remember that I did that. Should be fine. Okay, ground. Be right, see? Yes. So the ground wire doesn't need very long on the other one. Go. All right. Last wire is the X line. Hey there, Lady L. It's going pretty well. We've got the back half all assembled. So we're currently working on all the controls right now. Which is just a lot of wires. The cat is visible right now. Yeah, there she is. She's been napping on the ground for a while. But I guess it's bath time. Alright, this is the last wire for the joysticks. This is 3.3 volts. Now I gotta remember which pad is 3.3 volts on the top here. Okay. Left one is 3.3. So do you build stuff like this all the time? I suppose so. I build a lot of portable Wiis. That's my go-to. But yeah, I haven't built a portable Wii in a while. Last ones I built on stream like 3 months ago. Well, okay, I did most of the assembly on stream 3 months ago. It took a while to get troubleshooting and working. But yeah, I'm hopeful this month to do like 4 or 5 streams, because I got a bunch of like side projects I want to put together, and I think I'm finally getting the last few parts for those in. So hopefully be doing this more. What is this? Is this Y? Yeah, it is. But yeah, the next week, there might not be a stream next weekend. I was thinking about it this morning, and all the portables I want to build, I need to do a bunch of resin casting stuff for. And so I might not have that done in time. But if I do stream next weekend, it'll probably be in Ishida. And then after that, I've still got a G-Boy I can do. I have Wesk's Iran. That one also needs some resin casting, but I'll get on that soon. And then I've got Spencer's Wii X, which I might not stream the assembly of. If you thought the WiiVision had a lot of jank in it, the Wii X is it's a whole nother level. I don't understand. I was the one who designed it. And it's a really nice looking portable on the outside. Like, I've got it next to me here. Like, this is what it looks like. It's a really nice portable. It's got like ergonomic grips on the back. But I got no clue how anything is supposed to mount in this thing. It's going to be a lot of hot glue, super glue. Like, there's no screw posts for the Wii. Like, how am I supposed to attach the Wii? But I think this will be a really cool portable once it's finished. But it's got a lot of work on it. And I don't think I'll be able to just like gather up all the parts and assemble it on stream happily. I think that would probably be a miserable experience for me. That'll probably be one I pick away at over the course of a few days and slowly get working. But I am excited to have that one finished. Because the story on that one is there was a modder named Spencer who built some really cool portables. But he got busy with life and family and whatnot. And so he sold a bunch of his stuff to me, which, funnily enough, we just so happened to go to the same college. And we did actually have a class together. But I didn't realize it until the end of the semester when the teacher started calling off names of like the finals for people to come and pick up. And Spencer's name on the forums is like just his first and last name. And so I recognized the combination of first and last name, and I was like, wait a minute. That can't be the guy on the forums. But no, it was the same Spencer. Although he wasn't in class that day, so I didn't get to see him. Apparently he never showed up to that class. It was like a programming 101 class. But yeah, we were going to the same college, so I was able to pick all of his stuff up from him directly when he moved on from modding, but he still leaves comments in my videos and stuff, so he's still observing. He's just busy. But he designed some really cool portables. So I'll be happy to put that one together and have it all finished. Because I got it from him in like 2020. It's been sitting on a shelf for a long time. Like, I've had it since before the Wii Boy Color. That's how long it's been. Okay, that's one joystick all wired up. Let's get 2 joystick all wired up. This is... What is this? X? Yeah, this is X. I might be building a Game Boy Color at some point. What do you mean by build a Game Boy Color? Are you like doing a shell swap? Or are you like combining some broken ones into a working one? I'm not super familiar with the Game Boy modding scene. But I've seen all sorts of pretty Game Boys. Tends to be what draws my eye whenever someone makes something pretty. Combine some broken ones into one and update the screen? Gotcha, gotcha. I suppose you're essentially building one at that point. I only ever had Game Boy Advance SP and a DS as a kid. Although we did have one Game Boy Color game. It was like a Berenstain Bears... I don't even know what it was supposed to be. We could never get it working. But we had that mixed in. For whatever reason. But those were the car trip special. Now, kids nowadays, they don't have a different console for home in a way. They'd all just have a Switch. Oh, and put an EverDrive in it and make it USB-C rechargeable? Ooh, yeah, those will be some nice mods then. I always forget that the old Game Boys used disposable batteries. That would drive me crazy nowadays. I already get mad when I have to replace the batteries in my Wii remote. This... Is this the Y? Yeah, it is. Okay. So spoiled. I honestly don't remember how we got through card trips before the DS. The DSs were given to us by an uncle for Christmas. Like they were his old Game Boy Advance and DS, and he didn't use them anymore. So we gave them to us for Christmas, which was hype. There were no video games before that, and our minivan did not have a DVD player at the time. You staring out the window most of the time? Probably. I guess I probably read books. Ugh. What we did without screens. And then this last wire is 3.3 volts. Okay. And asking, are we there yet? I don't know. We always used to take a drive from... We lived in Oregon, and we would go down to California to visit family every year. And it was always like a 10, 11-hour drive. So, you do that every year, it's a long one. But then all of our family moved out of California, so... We no longer made the yearly expedition. I'm a bit older, but fond memory of mine was taking turns on my little bro's Game Boy SP and playing Super Mario World. Yeah, I never had any of the Super Mario Advance games. I think my go-tos, there was Super Mario 64 DS. which I never got very far into that one. I think I spent more time playing like the casino games, because it came with all those little mini games, and those were the fun part. I didn't understand what I was supposed to do in Mario 64. I just wanted to gamble with Luigi. What else did we have? We had Brain Age. Brain Age was a classic. We had Zelda Phantom Hourglass, which I don't think I ever got very deep into that game, but we had it. We had Tetris for the DS. Can't have a handheld console without Tetris. I grew up playing Pokemon Red on car trips. Yes, I actually had no Pokemon games. Like, we didn't have any Pokemon games for the Game Boy Advance or the DS, so I never played Pokemon. The first Pokemon game I ever played was Pokemon Go. So, that was not an integral part of my childhood like many other people. Which honestly I'm okay with, because it seems like being a Pokemon fan is just pain. Unless you're a casual fan. But most people who I hear talk about Pokemon are hardcore fans, and the games aren't what they used to be, and see, I'm on the other side of the coin. I'm a Pikmin fan. We get one game every 10 years, and it's always really good, but then you have to wait another 10 years for another game. There we go. Back in ancient times in car trips, we played board games with a little magnetic piece. Oh, you know what? I do remember. We had a little magnetic chessboard. I don't think it lasted very long. I think pieces were lost very quickly. But we did have that. Oh, and my mom would read books. She would read out a book. Whatever she was reading at the time. Because audiobooks... Well, no, audiobooks existed. They definitely existed. I'm not that much of a zoomer to think they didn't exist, but... You know, why get an audiobook when mom can just read a book? Kind of broke my Pokemon Yellow when I was a kid, so I overplayed to the point where... Oh, randomly wiping is... That's tough. I would hate to lose a Pokemon save file. It's a shame the games kind of took a nosedive in quality when they moved to the 3DS. Yeah. I guess game development is hard, but it's tough. I'm mostly a casual fan when I'll play them from time to time. Yeah. If you're not too serious about your Pokemon, then I'm sure the games are still perfectly enjoyable. Pikmin fans are eating recently? It's true. I started working on the Bulborb one. The Bulborb design before they put Pikmin 1 and 2 on the Switch. Although I did play the HD versions. They seem pretty solid. Although I am a little bit sad that the version of Pikmin 2 on the Switch, they had to take out all the brands. So you don't pick up the Duracell battery anymore, you don't pick up the 7-Up bottle cap, or like the Treetop, like applesauce lid. They're all just generic brands now. It's so sad. So I can at least still enjoy consuming my brand integration on my portable Wiis. And that's what's truly important. Yeah, the logos. Oh, the magnetic pieces would lose their charge too? Maybe that's why we lost them. We weren't careless kids. They were just badly made. Alright, let's tin these wires. But yeah, very excited for Pikmin 4. I'm sure it will be lots of fun. Although it's crazy, I saw a graph the other day of like how many units each Pikmin game has sold. Pikmin games do not sell very well. I mean, I knew they were like kind of niche, but I think it was like the most... Like, the GameCube ones sold like 1 million copies each, which I guess makes sense. The GameCube wasn't a very successful console, like, revenue-wise. The Wii versions sold like 500,000 each. And then Pikmin 3 Deluxe sold like 4 million copies. Which makes sense, because it was on the Switch, which was actually a popular console. But they don't put up very big numbers compared to Nintendo's other franchises. Although I guess then you're comparing them to titans like Mario, Pokemon, Zelda, which sell gazillions. But I guess I can take pride in enjoying a niche game. Chibi Robo did very poorly here in the States. I've never played through Chibi Robo. I've like played through like the first like 10 minutes of it on a portable a few times. But that does seem like another niche GameCube franchise that never really took off. Although my Twitter feed has been almost nothing but like Pikmin fan art for the last couple weeks, which is nice. Because it's usually just straight up garbage. Although I guess I'll be posting Pikmin fan art of my own soon. If this counts as fan art. Okay. Now I gotta remember which wire's which. So this is D-pad right. Oh, that reminds me. Another change they made in Pikmin is they changed the name of the Wollywog, the little frog from Pikmin. And so I googled why they did that. Apparently some part of Wollywog is like a European slur, so they renamed it. But then I saw this guy on Etsy. He's a little frog that crushes all your Pikmin. But he was very cute, so I picked him up. He was like 25 bucks, and I think I'll get 25 bucks worth of happiness out of him. But that same Etsy store has a whole bunch of different Pikmin enemies, so I gotta figure out how to make those myself before I start dumping money into Etsy stores. Because if anything's gonna get me, it'll be Pikmin stuff. Oh yes, I think I've heard more about Chibi Robo Ziplash from Scott the Woz videos than anywhere else as well. So legit question, are you putting the games on an SD card or how are you doing the games? So portable Wiis use a software called RV Loader, which has a way to load games off of USB in there. So that saves us from having to use the disk drive. I don't think you can load Wii games off of an SD card for technical reasons. So we go with USB. It's easy anyways. It's like 4 wires for a USB drive. But that is the typical game loading method. And it's super easy to back up Wii discs too, so you don't have to resort to piracy if you don't want to. Hey there, is Rakul22? Oh, that wire is a little taut. Should give myself more wiggle room, but that's okay. Okay, this one is D-pad left. Oh, well, I mean, you can still LimeWire. LimeWire... Isn't LimeWire something else now? I thought I saw that the brand was, like, revived. But it's something a little more legitimate now. I don't remember what it was. I think it was something... I can't imagine it's music related. But... I'm sure the modern equivalents of LimeWire still exist. Hey there, Twixer69. I am doing pretty well. Okay, I think we're almost done with controls. I gotta figure out where the start button is supposed to go on this thing. So I'll have to consult my my wiring guide. Cause there's a whole bunch of tack switches all around this thing. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter what I use for what, but... Okay. D-pad down. Oh, it's kind of like TikTok. Oh, okay, so it's like a social media thing now. Gotcha. I'm too young to have ever used LimeWire, but I do respect its legacy. Okay, now we gotta do D-pad up. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I do have a TikTok. I think it's Ginger of Mods. Because unfortunately, I do have competition for the Ginger of Oz username. There's another lady who uses it. I don't think she stole it from me. Like, she doesn't seem to be, she looks like she has zero interest in anything video game related. I think she came to the name on her own, but she has the TikTok handle for it. And I think she might have had the Twitter handle for it and gotten banned. Because the Ginger of Oz Twitter handle is permanently banned, and you can't take a permanently banned name. But yeah, if you want to follow me on TikTok, I'm at Ginger of Mods. I think I have one post on there, and the one post did really well. So I need to post there more, but I actually just set aside time and like crank out like 5 TikToks and then post them slowly over the course of a couple weeks. But yeah, I do think there is potential for portable content on TikTok, because I don't think anyone else does it. I mean, it's not like there's much competition in the YouTube space anyways. I think Shank and I probably share like 80% of my subscribers, but... Oh, I have 2 posts. Oh, that's right. I posted about the 24-hour stream I did. That's my other post. But that was more of an announcement and not like a TikTok I made. Oh, here, hang on. So there's an odd story behind this. So this is the portable I did the TikTok about. It's a GameCube themed Wii Boy Color. And so somebody paid in full for it. But I don't know how to get it to them. So long story short, well, okay, I'll probably tell the whole story since my job is to yap. But hang on. Basically, back in January, I made a post saying, hey, I'm doing a Wii Boy Color commission. Here's the price, DM me if you're interested. And then someone, they're not necessarily famous, but they are, well, they're kind of famous. In a certain section of the world, they are well known. They're very good at what they do. And they said, hey, I love your videos. I want to buy one of them. And so he paid in full. He has plenty of money. And so I said, all right, I got to take some time and work on it. I'll give you updates. I'll let you know when it's done. So I gave him updates. He responded. And then it took me about a month to finish it. Let him know it was done. And he never responded. I was like, okay, well, I tried to message him on other platforms. Couldn't get a hold of him. I sent him an email through like the PayPal he paid with. Never responded. And then, like in April, I ran a Google search on his name because I was like, oh, did something happen to this guy? and he was arrested for domestic abuse against his mother and his girlfriend. And so I don't know how I'm gonna get him his portable, because he's paid in full, and so I could just refund him, which, I mean, that's a perfectly valid option. I did open like a thing on PayPal to be like, hey, it's done, so that way there's some sort of like message history there, so that way he doesn't get mad at me or anything. But yeah, I don't know if he's out of prison or if he's like on house arrest or what, but all of his social medias are still privated, so I can't reach out to him there. But I'm sure he'll come asking for it eventually, because it wasn't like he just randomly saw my stuff. He actually like knew my videos and whatnot. So it is an odd scenario, but in the meantime, I have that purple one just sitting here. I'll probably take it to conventions and stuff, because it's a nice portable. But yeah, that is the oddest customer buying experience I've had as a seller. I mean, if it's paid for, I'll take it. You know, tempting. You've been a great Twitch chatter. That's almost worth an entire portable Wii. Okay, controls are done. Oh, where's the start button? Oh. Okay. So I think Noah used... Basically, Switch joysticks have a button built into them. You know that if you've ever used a Switch. They got the button built into them. And so he just soldered up the start button to one of the sticks. Which I have had issues with that in the past. Like having that work consistently. But I'll try it. If it doesn't work, then I'll just map start to this button down here. And that'll work fine. It's in a bit of a weird spot, but no biggie. Yeah, you just gotta save up the channel points. It's only 10 mil. You just gotta get all your friends to watch, and then, you know, I'll open up like the gambling ring. You can gamble your points on whether or not a Wii trim works. Wait, is that where you put it? Oh, okay. I think I can kind of see what he did. Oh, 0.16% of the way there. Oh, always vote on no. Oh, well, you weren't here earlier. I had a Wii boot up first try. The believers would have made so much money. I don't even know how to start a bet, actually. I think I have to open up like the Twitch app on my phone, because I don't have like the Twitch dashboard up on my PC or anything. I just have my chat open in OBS, and that's about it. I just hope that the alerts make sounds, that way I know when people have subbed and whatnot. Yeah, you would have lost all your points, and you would have deserved it for having no faith in my abilities as a modder. Okay. So after this, I'm going to wire up the speakers, because the audio amp is on this side of the board, or this side of the portable. And then I gotta figure out screen controls. The screen controls on this screen are really, really weird. So you'll notice I've kept this gray board in here. This one was a part of the original WiiVision, and that's why it matches the gray case. But it's got some resistors attached to it for the screen controls to work properly, and it was easier to just harvest this board and reuse it than try and figure out that circuit myself. So we'll stick with it. I did follow, but nothing played other than animation. Oh yeah, I don't think I have any sound enabled for the follow. Maybe I should, but at the start of streams, I always get a bunch of followers, which is nice. But I don't think I want the same sound to play like 30 times in a row. But I do appreciate the follows. There we go. Suffering from success? Oh, you know me, life's rough. I have to sit at home and make portable and make YouTube video. And I have to pet my cat? Speaking of which, where did she go? Oh, she's back on her couch. Okay. I'm shocked that she has spent this much time sleeping. Afternoon and evenings is like playtime, high energy, let's go outside. But I'm not gonna complain. For your cleaning sponge to use a special type of water, you're not really supposed to use the sponge. I just use normal like sink water. You're supposed to use like the brass like cleaner stuff. But I've always used the sponge out of habit. It's not great for the tip or the iron to use like a wet sponge, but that's what I've got. Cat reveal? Oh, I'm sure she'll come through at some point. I think she was in the last video a fair bit. She's a great content cat. If I put anything on the ground and start poking on it, she'll come up and inspect it, so that's great. She's interested in whatever I do because she's a bored indoor cat. If I let her go outside, she would be there all day. But she's not a very smart cat. She's never been an outside cat, so I don't trust her outside. Okay. Oh, I want to... I'm going to ground the GC Plus board to the screen real quick, so I only have to run one wire. By the time I have the points for a pre-portable, I've already made one. Yeah, that's pretty likely. I think someone did the math. It would take... I think it was like 9 months straight of like 24-hour watch time to build up enough points. But I think like gambling and I don't know if there are other ways to get channel points quickly. But in the event that I make it as a Twitch streamer, that will be an option. But yeah, my current once a month streaming schedule is probably not going to cut it points wise. Might even be less than once a month. I don't remember when I think I did the Ashita stream last year. There we go. That's a nice grounded GC Plus. Okay. Now for the speakers. I suspect that one of these buttons is meant for Bluetooth sync, but Bluetooth isn't wired up correctly on this portable. And I don't really feel like fixing it. Because I'm never going to use Wii remotes on this thing.
So I may just have an extra button to do whatever I want with. Oh jeez, forgot how tightly packed the pads are on this thing.
So for reference, most of the soldering I got to do now is on this teeny tiny board right here, which, there's my thumb for scale. And all those tiny pads are right next to each other. Oh, I also got to figure out the pin out of the headphone jack. I've never used this jack before. Alright, we'll do the speakers first. Okay. Like that. Okay, so for speakers, you can't use 34 gauge wire because speakers can draw a moderate amount of current. So I use 30 gauge magnet wire. For the speakers, okay, this is the left speaker, right? Yeah. That's one. Now we need speaker positive or negative or whichever one it is. With speakers, the polarity doesn't matter too much, but the polarity across speakers need to be the same. So whichever side the speaker I deem as speaker plus, that needs to be speaker plus for the other speaker too, or else the audio is not going to sound great. What time? Oh, it's almost 8 already? Alright. I'll just try and power through the portable. I feel like there's probably only an hour, hour and a half-ish left. I don't think I've got enough energy to go through the troubleshooting process. So if things aren't working, I might just fix those off stream. We'll see. I just realized this speaker is right next to this USB-C charging board I've got. That might cause some noise on the speaker. But that's okay. There we go. Okay, that's speaker 1 all wired up. Now we gotta do the right speaker. Okay. It's gonna have to run like underneath. So around this long. This one should be the same length, but a little shorter. There we go. Go. Let some flux fly off and land on like a fleshy part of my thumb, which didn't feel great. But we are strong men around here. We will power through. And you can't show the portable any signs of weakness. It will crop up with all sorts of annoying issues if it thinks you're weak. Okay, making sure the same color wires on the same color side of the speaker as my first one. Now I gotta run this under the screen cable. Like so. Okay, so this is R minus? Yes. Go. No, wrong pair of tweezers. Go. Okay, last speaker wire, and then I'm gonna have to figure out how to wire up the headphone jack. Which I might be able to determine from the picture I took, but it's a bunch of little green wires all right next to each other, so maybe not. Okay, nice. I've only dropped 145 frames this stream, which is really good. It means my internet's been consistent. Go. Okay, let's see. Can I distinguish anything in this picture? Absolutely not. Okay. Let me go grab a different headphone jack. Oh, wait, no, let me just open up. Hang on, I'm going to open up one of my board designs in Eagle real quick. Please don't make me sign in. I use Eagle like once a week, and most of the time it's like, oh, you gotta sign in, man. not have a very good file naming scheme on the WiiBoy Color. Okay. Okay. So if we go top to bottom on the headphone jack, this one should be ground. This one should be headphone right. This one should be headphone left. And this one should be headphone sense. Assuming it's the same-ish layout, which on a headphone jack it should be.
You never know.
And I also can't read any of the text. It's too small.
Okay, wait, I see.
Hang on, are these two sense pins?
No, there's one with ground.
Hang on, I gotta clean all the flux off to try and decipher what's being said on here. Actually, let me see if I can find the Wii HUD amp wiring diagram. Surely it exists somewhere. Wii HUD amp Aurelia. Ah. Well, there's no diagram? Oh, really must have... Hang on, let me check my DMs. This conversation is going to be... Why do I... Okay. Must be this one. Ah, here we go, Oh, this doesn't have... What? No, S and HS need to be shorted together, right? Where's my toothbrush? Here we go. Alright. Sorry for the issues with the headphone jack. Probably should have looked this up before stream, but I ran out of time.
Okay, that says HS and that says S. Oh no, there is a resistor between them. Okay.
Well, it's not ground. That's what I wanted to know. I think on newer versions of the Wii HUD, or what it's become, now it's the UAMP. I'm pretty sure headphone sense and the sense line that you're into the Wii are shorted together. They're the same thing.
But I guess this one's a little different.
Okay, which means I need to ground my headphone jack on something else.
That looks like a ground pad.
Multimeter it up real quick just to be sure. Yeah, that one's a ground pad. Sanity check to make sure I didn't forget. Yes, ground is the one highest up. There we go. Wait, I just realized.
Oh no!
Well, that's a bummer. All the Final Fantasy VII music I put in this playlist has been killed by Square Enix. Usually we get stuck in Final Fantasy VII hell, where my playlist just loops through like the same 3 Final Fantasy VII songs. But apparently they were Silva Gunnered off of YouTube. Yeah, that is a Madge moment.
This is headphone right. This is headphone left. And this is headphone sense.
Okay, great. So I think that's all the audio wiring that we can do front side. Okay, I think the last thing I need to do on the front is I need to figure out how on earth the screen controls work. So I'm gonna pull up Noah's wiring again. Use nice big wires here. It should be pretty easy to tell what's what. Okay. So he ran a wire. Okay, so this orange wire went here. Yes. So it went orange, black. I'm going to replace these with my own wires because I don't like this 30 gauge wire. It doesn't match anything I have going. I'm a magnet wire enthusiast. None of that yucky, stranded, 30 gauge, ends get frayed. Yuck. I need my nice clean magnet wire. Although I will admit, having lots of different colored wires running all over the place does look kind of neat. Okay, this goes here. There it is. Go. Okay, and then this is a black wire. We will replace it with a green wire, and that goes just under where the orange wire is. go. Does the Wii Balance Board portable still work? Yeah, it does. It does. I fired it up the other day very briefly to see if it still worked. And it does. Which I'm not too surprised by. It's been sitting on the shelf. Although the fake GameCube portable I made did die on the shelf. I'm not sure what happened. I need to crack it open. Maybe the batteries in it just got too low. But yeah, Wii Fit board still works. Although I don't think I'm gonna... See, that one would be fun to take to conventions, but it would absolutely break. And it'd be such a pain to, like, take it on a plane, too. Because I can't... I guess I could put it in a carry-on. It would probably fit. Okay. And then lastly, we need one more wire. Do a TikTok video of debugging it in 10x times fast speed. Just me waving my hands around, slamming the desk. Very high-pitched cursing sounds. Everything you need to make your own modern-day Tom and Jerry. Okay, and then it goes on the second pin over, right? Yeah. You know, I'm really hoping Noah wired up these controls right, or else this is just the blind leading the blind. Okay. We'll snip it off there. Oh, that reminds me, at some point I should show off my other Pikmin themed portable. Built the Louie a long time ago. Thanks for these VODs. Never would have started my sheet if it wasn't for you. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear they're helpful. That's my main goal with streaming, is to just kind of have records of portable assemblies, so people who are trying to get into it have something to look at. Because while I do think text-based guides are important and are the better way to go most of the time, since they're very easy to update, having something to look at is very nice. And I wish VODs like this would have existed when I was getting into it. Okay, screen controls are wired up, speakers are wired up, headphone is wired up. I think it's time to merge the two halves together. I want to super glue this thing into place, but I shouldn't. So I won't. Okay, gonna go take one last bathroom break. And then we're gonna try and bring it home. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, alright. The rest of the house is nice and cool, but it is toasty in here. Okay, I think I'm gonna go... I don't know if I can go much longer than like 9:15. So we're gonna speedrun this, see if we can get it working. Okay. Where to start? Where to start? Let's start with things that run right across the bottom. So that's gonna be... Let's connect the charging port first. Get these giant wires out of the way. So I mentioned this earlier, but the normal charger for this portable was a big old barrel jack, which is great. They're very simple, they work, nothing wrong with them. But I couldn't find a barrel jack like on hand that would fit the portable. So I've got a baggie. I got like some of these little USB-C boards off of Amazon. It was like 10 bucks for 6 of them. And so they can negotiate 12 volts out of a PD charger. That's the only voltage they'll negotiate. But that's fine for my needs. So that gives me a nice simple 12 volt charging solution. And all I had to do was design a little piece that fits in there, and I'll have to super glue in at some point. Once I'm sure I won't need to take anything out. Oh, I pulled those out to look at which side is positive and which side is negative. Okay, positive is on the left. Don't really want to mix up the orientation of your charging jack. That can do bad things. Okay. That. I tugged on that wire, which wasn't great. I also don't know if I've ever built a portable before where the charging jack is on the front and not the back. It's weird to have to run these thick wires all across. There we go. That. Now my ground wire. Okay, that's all the charger needs. Now, let's go and do the LED. Oh, I forgot. I need... I forget. Where do you pull V+? Is that A? Is A the positive voltage for the LED? Because I know the LED just uses VSIS. Where did Noah get it from?
What? You already went outside, kitty. You don't get to go outside twice in a day. I'm pretty sure. No, I'm second guessing myself. I'm pretty sure it was just the system voltage for the positive end of the LED. Alright, we'll wire that up last. I might just go dig through some old box to be sure. Final turn. Thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. I actually got my first payout from Twitch, I think last week. They sent me like 50 bucks. So I'm finally raking it in on Twitch. Okay. Let's go to there. Gotta make sure I rack up the channel points necessary to get that portable console. Alright, you know what? When I do that subathon and I stream for 9 months straight, you'll have those points on lock. Don't worry.
Waluigi time.
Oh, well, final turn. Now everyone else is earning the channel points. What are you doing? That's a rookie mistake, but thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Congrats to everyone who got a sub. Say thank you in the chat or else I'll kick you out. Or don't say thank you. That's okay too. And now Ivan Toppies has redeemed Drop It. Oh, this is awkward. Yo, Kitty, come here. Oh, Kitty left. I can't drop her. Must drop soldering iron on portable now. I can do that. It's no biggie. Yeah, easy. Oh, more subs mean more streams. More streams means no point, or more points. Well, you are in luck. I will be doing at least weekly streams for a while. I hope. There might not be a stream next week, but there will be a stream at least for a few weeks after that. Or a stream every week after that. I might take next week to just do a bunch of prep work to make sure I can just crank out portables, but glad people enjoy them. Okay, so this is the 5-volt wire for the screen. I hate working with this floppy wire, but it has to be done. This is 5 volts in on the screen. See, look at this. I put the wire over here. No, it flops back over here. Magnet wire would never. Magnet wire, you bend it, it stays where you bend it. But you do actually want pretty floppy wires to go between the halves. That way there's less strain when you're opening and closing it on the joints those wires are soldered to. But it is an annoyance for me. This means I can't have all my wires routed like perfectly 90 degrees every time.
weekly streams except for the next week sounds funny for some reason. You know, it doesn't sound particularly committal now, does it? But I promise there will be more streams this month. It won't be a multi-month hiatus, barring some sort of disaster. But I aim to live a disaster-free life. That's my motto. Okay. Kinda wish that wire was a little longer, but it'll be. Oh, I forgot. I was working on the LED wires. Oh, I even tinned them. I'm so smart. Okay, that is G. That means the green wire goes there. That is B, which means the yellow wire goes there because I don't have blue magnet wire. Come on. And then R gets the red wire. And then I need to look up where on earth the LED positive wire goes, because I don't want to have forgotten. Okay. So this big clump here is all of the audio wires, which I need to unhot glue them to figure out what's what, or else I have to use my multimeter, and I don't mind using the multimeter to figure out one wire. Figuring out 7 wires with the multimeter is that's a pain. There we go. Glop, 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 glop. If you ever need to get hot glue off of something, isopropyl alcohol is the best. It'll just fall right off. Nice. Oh, they're all stuck under the USB wires. Gotta like individually lift them out. Come on. Everyone out. Oh, except for it's a GameCube data wire. This headphone sounds? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead, we'll finish up the last controller stuff here. So the GameCube controller is really easy to wire up because it is a single wire. Or a single wire of data that goes between the Wii and the GameCube controller. Like the PS2 controller, it's like 6 data lines or something weird. But GameCube was nice and simple. 1 data line, 1 wire. And I guess you need to run voltage too, but very easy. Now we're gonna start running triggers over. This is the digital part of the right trigger, which is RT. And then R is the analog part. Wrap that down. Let's not get it tangled up in the video wires. There we go. Yeah, nothing wrong with weekly streams starting the following week. Okay. Right trigger is all wired. Now the left trigger. How do I want to do this? We already got wires over here. We'll just. Oh, is this gonna be long enough? Ooh, it's gonna be kind of close. Yeah, you get it, you get it. That is actually my plan. Because most of the portals I'm going to build, I have all the parts for, except the buttons. And I need to go up to my campus and use the resin printer to resin print some buttons. And I then need to like sand and polish those buttons so I can then make molds with them. So that then I can make them into all sorts of nice pretty colors and make beautiful portables. But that's the big, because it's probably going to take a couple days for them to get printed. It's going to take me probably a day to sand and start the mold making process. Then another day to finish the other parts of the molds. And then it takes about a day and a half for my buttons to cure. It should only take about 16 hours. But I've got some really old resin that I resin cast with. But I'm almost out of it. And I've got a fresh gallon to start using soon. So once that happens, I'll be able to crank out buttons like no one's business. Is there a test software tool you use after the build is done? Not really. I mean, usually what I do is I run it, there's a controller testing software. So I'll run it through that to make sure all my buttons work. And then I'll boot up a game to make sure audio, headphones, all that works. I'll boot up a Wii game, a GameCube game. What else is a part of the testing regiment? I think that's mostly it. If the Wii can do all of those, then you should be in good shape. This wire's just chilling on battery ground. Hopefully that's not bad. But there's no no software thing that I know of that'll test everything on a portable. Although that would be really helpful, actually. Maybe that's a future RV loader feature once Aurelio has time for new stuff. Have you done any casted shells? I've seen some cool casted GC controller shells. I have not messed with shell casting because that looks really, really tough. Like making the mold for it. And then you have to use polyurethane, I believe, for like full-on controller shells. And I don't have any of that. I've just got like epoxy cast 690. That's what I use for everything. But I believe that doesn't work too well for shells. So I think it would be cool to be able to cast shells for like full-on portables and stuff. Like that would be awesome if I could cast shells for my projects. But for now, I'm still like, I just got my pressure pot a couple weeks ago. So I'm sticking with buttons, triggers. I'm going to get some resin so I can do sticks. Or, not resin, rubber. Oh. Oh, did my phone die? Wait, hang on. Oh, whoops. I forgot to plug my phone in. Okay. I'll plug it in and get it charging. Well, now what do I do for a face cam? Wait. I have an idea. Well, no, that's too jank. Okay, hang on. I've got a webcam. Let me see if I can. I don't think the cable's long enough. Oh, wait, no. Okay, wait. If I put my webcam here and I mount it to my phone that's charging. Hang on, there's going to be some Windows sounds. Ignore them. Webcam plug. Go in. There we go. Okay, and now turn off IV cam. I add a video source. Add existing webcam. Okay. Where is it? What? Yeah, it's that. Okay. Oh, come on. Why doesn't it work? I know it is showing up. It works in here, right? Yeah, it works in there. Why is it not showing up on my feed? Transform, edit transform. Oh, why is it? What? Can I just center it? It's like negative 9,000. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna delete it. Yes, remove webcam. Add a new source. Video capture device. Video capture device. Don't do that one. Do that one. Okay. Now it's not working at all. Okay, whatever. Sorry, you're gonna lose face cam for the last bit. So I just want to get this done. I promise I'll be making funny faces the whole time, so be sure to periodically just post laughing emojis in the chat. Pretend you can see them. Kitty, come here. What? Yeah, give me a sec. I gotta get this wire in place. Alright, well, there's the yelling I was expecting her to be doing all day. Yeah? Alright, well I should at least be able to power my phone back on soon. So we shouldn't be without me for too long. I just forgot to plug it into the charger. Hey, kitty, come here. Oh, you brought me your mouse friend. This is her mouse friend. She brings it to me when she wants to play. She'll play fetch with it sometimes. Go get it. She has like 6 of those little mice, but the yellow one is the only one she plays fetch with. All the others, she just stalks them when I throw them and will pounce on them, but she won't bring them back. Apparently they aren't worthy of displaying off as a kill. Yeah? I'll throw them again. She brought it right back. Oh, sorry, kitty, I biffed it. Okay. What next? We can do reset button. That's nice and easy. The reset button isn't something you absolutely need on a portable. It just kind of, I mean, it's the reset button, so it does all of that. It does, in fact, reset the portable. Or, it acts as the reset button on the console. It doesn't reset the entire portable, only the Wii. So if that sounds useful to you, then it's good to have. But it's also a nice debugging tool. Because if you boot up a modded Wii while you hold the reset button, then it opens up a menu called Preloader, which is a nice like safe menu for Wiis. So you can open up programs, you can install programs through there. I'm probably going to need to use Preloader to update this portable from Portabilize Me to RV Loader. Kitty. Yeah? Don't worry, I'll be done in like an hour. Oh, like 45 minutes, I hope. That was my goal. Okay. We gotta work quickly. She was a very quiet cat when I got her, but the longer I have her, the louder she gets. Okay. Reset wire across. Did you ever play Little King's Stories on Wii? It's a really cool Pikmin clone. I've never heard of that game, but I do like Pikmin. I'll make a note of that. Because my goal was to beat all the Pikmin games before Pikmin 4 came out, but I've managed to accomplish that in like a week. So, I'm down for other Pikmin adjacent experiences. I've also heard good things about Tinykin. Although I don't really think it's a Pikmin clone, but I think it's a similar concept where you bring around a bunch of little buddies and they help you accomplish bigger things. So I've been considering picking that up. I think it's on sale right now on Steam for like 14 bucks. Instead of Pikmin, you run a kingdom and the villagers are your Pikmin? Oh, okay. enslaving animals wasn't enough. We had to make sure the humans were at our beck and call all the time, too. Okay. Reset button, all wired up. What is this? Okay, this is the S line. And this is a random ground? So I'm getting rid of this wire. I don't need it. Okay. I think all that's left, essentially, is just audio and video. We'll do audio first. Oh, okay. Change classes instead of colors. I gotcha. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna try and go top to bottom here. I need to clean off the flux because I got no clue what all that silk screen says. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Was it made by like some random third-party studio who was clearly just trying to clone Pikmin, or is it more of a like stands its own ground take on the sort of Pikmin-y genre? Okay. Do SenseWire. Okay. There's one. Okay, well now I gotta wait for my IPA to dry. So we'll start working on video while I wait. Some of the video wires have come loose. It doesn't necessarily know his fault. This Wii has been kind of just chilling on my desk for a while. Very possibly could have knocked a couple of them loose. Oh, let me see. Can I turn my phone back on yet? Oh yeah, that's it. Alright, don't worry folks. I'm coming back. Okay. I haven't used flux all day because I haven't had to do much Wii wiring. But I will need flux to resecure the VGA pin. Okay, now I gotta find... It was published by Xseed, but yeah, it was a smaller dev studio. Okay. I don't know if I've ever heard of anything Xseed has made, but... they could reasonably be a legitimate team. Got too many boxes full of things. Where's the one with my screen boards in it? Here we go. Oh good, I just brought it to the driver board. Okay. So this is what is the driver board. And then on the back, that's where like all the pins are labeled. So I'm looking for HN, VN, ground, BR, BGR. So furthest left is H in theory. Let me check. A weirdly common issue with screen driver boards is that they'll often have the H and B line silk screen flipped, so it's labeled incorrectly. It's in on a couple different screens. Okay, so red. It's hard to tell from the picture. I think red is going to the second pin. Oh, okay. I think this driver board might have it flipped. Assuming I'm seeing the picture right. operate off of the assumption that it is. So it must be this screen, and then there's a 3.5-inch screen, 480p. That's really nice, but the labels are flipped on that one as well.
So you gotta remember that when you're building.
It was produced by the Stories of Season games creator, which makes sense. I don't know if I know Stories of Seasons, but I might recognize it. It sounds like a very generic, like,
Sim farming game, but that is purely book by its cover judgment right there. Judging, I know, I'm the worst for judging a book by its cover. A crime beyond all others.
Okay. So, first wire we're going to do is SC. SC is
Pink. Okay, it's the one in the middle.
Which is this wire. See, next is SD, which I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's the yellow one. It's the lowest wire. Right here. Okay, let me turn on my camera again real quick. Yeah, I'll put in my password. My phone restarted. Okay. IV cam. That was my Windows sound. Hey, I'm upside down again. Okay, hang on. Transform. Rotate 180. There we go. Okay, I'm back. Oh, there's a sequel that came out on the Vita, huh? I never had a Vita. I've never owned, like, really any PlayStation stuff. I got a PS5 last year. I traded it for an old PC of mine, and it came with some extra stuff. But I turned it on and I set it up, and I have done nothing with it since then. Because the PS5 has no games. But I'll need it for the next part of the Final Fantasy VII remake, so it'll sit there and collect dust until then. Although I do want to try the Final Fantasy 16 demo. I heard good stuff about FF16. But I don't know if I want to spend $70 on it right now. MCD, I think that's a W? The W is purple, which is the one closest to the ABE. But aside from that, I've never owned any PlayStation stuff. Unless you count all the PS2s I cut up. Which I suppose counts, but... PS5 is just a fancy PS4 for now? Yeah. I mean, there are some PlayStation exclusives that interest me, like the Spider-Man games seem cool, God of War, but they're just going to come to PC eventually. And I like playing games on my PC a lot more, because if I have them on Steam, that means I can easily play them on my Steam Deck, and I know that they'll transfer to whatever hardware I have in the future. So I'm just pretty disincentivized to buy a game on a PS5 unless I really, really want to play it when it releases. And the Final Fantasy VII game is the only one I can foresee wanting to play immediately when it comes out. The new Kingdom Hearts, of course. I've never been a big Kingdom Hearts guy myself. I think if I would have grown up with it, I would love it a lot. But I didn't have a PlayStation growing up, so I never played any of the Kingdom Hearts games. And I've tried playing Kingdom Hearts 1 a couple times as an adult. And I see why it's charming. I do see why people enjoy it. Definitely, it would have hooked me as a kid. Disney characters. It's funny to see like random Final Fantasy characters just like walking around. C, this one's C. I started playing First Kingdom Hearts on my Steam Deck when I first got it. And I got pretty deep into it. But then that's when I adopted my cat, who funnily enough is named Kyrie. I did not name her. There's like, oh, okay, this cat's named Kyrie. I just started playing Kingdom Hearts. That's amusing. But now the bummer is that everyone thinks I'm a big Kingdom Hearts fan because I have a cat named Kyrie. You need to watch my PlayStation PS2 Eclipse video to know that I'm a real OG Kingdom Hearts hater. Born and raised. I will never like Mickey Mouse. I mostly play RPGs on the deck. Currently got Octopath 2 loaded. I played a lot of Octopath 1. Well, by a lot, I think I got like 30 hours into it or something. And then I just lost all interest with it. It was too long. And I don't know, the story wasn't super compelling. I feel like that's kind of important with a JRPG. But the combat system was pretty fun. And then I tried to replay it when it came out for PC. But I got to almost the exact same like hours before I lost interest again. So I don't know if Octopath 2 is better, worse, the same. I might be willing to try it at some point, but I'm in no rush. Slay the Spire on the deck is crazy fun. That does seem like a good Steam Deck game. I mostly used my Steam Deck when I went home for Christmas. I played a lot of Stardew Valley on it. I played FF7 Crisis Core. Because that had just come out. Which, Crisis Core is very okay. I can't say it was a huge hit for me. Might have the worst story I've ever experienced in a video game. But aside from that, I haven't played much on it. Crisis Core has a weird combat too. And this game sucks, but the portable is doing a great job of running it. My favorite line from your content. That was a good one. Okay, I think this wire goes here. Crisis Core has a weird combat too. I don't mind the combat system of it to it. I thought that the constant slot machine in the top was really funny. Like, I just like how that's just RNG in the top left, right? Sometimes you'll get a crazy move. But I feel like the combat system was pretty similar to like the Final Fantasy VII Remake combat system. Just with the added bonus of, yeah, you get to gamble the whole time. Isn't that hype? But I don't know, just I did not like the guy who would constantly recite the same poem every time we saw him. I thought that guy was annoying, and he's like the main character. It's like, oh no, your master is evil now. Why is he evil? Oh no, he's made out of Sephiroth. Oh no. I don't know. Although, I mean, to be fair, the original story of Final Fantasy VII isn't exactly without its flaws, so. Man, I'm so confused. By the way, Noah wired this. Is that ground? Why would you use... Oh, okay, I guess that's ground. Which means this is a video line. Where's a video line? Is this a video line or ground? Yeah, I don't think it was terrible. But also, I don't know. I guess it's weird for me to complain that one JRPG was too long and the other one wasn't. So I guess maybe it was a good thing that it was relatively short. But it's just kind of weird how much like how many optional missions there are and how that's like most of the content. But I suppose that's fine. I don't really think I wanted to play another 10 hours of that game. I played the new Stardew Valley update on deck 2, the island one with the golden coconuts. Yeah, I played a fair amount of that on my deck. Stardew Valley is fun with friends. I'm not one of those grinders who will play it every single day of their life, but my friends and I also started like a modded Stardew World. That's pretty fun. People have added all sorts of stuff. They add the girl who likes anime, so that is a crucial feature that Stardew Valley was missing. Okay, B. Which one of these is B? Is it this one? It's gotta be this one. Okay. So the red wire is the data one. I'm just gonna fold back the ring wire for now. Abigail is close enough? Ah, I guess so. But no, she has pink hair, she does cosplay. She was almost comically made. But the other stuff that was added was cool. So if you ever want to play Stardew again, but you don't want to do the same thing, that's a pretty good option. This... Wait, let me just check. Is that G? Yes, that is G. Wait, no, this one is R. The other one's G. R... G. Come on. There we go. Yeah, mods are great. Figured out how to mod the original Final Fantasy VII on PC. So I was playing the game and it was looking all pretty, which was cool. The one downside is that it doesn't have the triple speed button that the Switch version does, which I do kind of miss. I think a triple speed button is phenomenal in like old RPGs. But you know what? At least the game looked nice. Okay. I think we are really, really close. I don't think we have any more loose wires aside from the battery wire. I do need to route a few power wires over. We need a big old ground wire. Let's start with that. Okay. So I'm going to use 26 gauge wire for this. That should be plenty for the screen and the audio amp and whatnot. Do I have a nice ground pad somewhere? We'll use that one. Okay. I won't allow myself to install emulators on my Steam Deck because I want to stay motivated to finish my portable. That's right. Stay strong, brother. Although I'll be honest, the emulation experience on Steam Deck is pretty good. I'm not an original hardware or die kind of guy. I started building portables because the Steam Deck didn't exist back in 2017, and I really wanted portable GameCube games. But I still build them because it's fun. Making things is cool, and these are pretty new, unique. Portables are cool. But if the Steam Deck would have existed in 2017, I don't think I ever get to this point. But yeah, I used Emu Deck to set everything up, and I'm surprised at how well it runs even like Switch games too. Like Wii U, Switch. Switch definitely doesn't run perfectly. Because you gotta use Yuzu for most things, and Yuzu is, well, it's Yuzu. But like the Switch games I tried, they mostly ran pretty well. Like Desert Kingdom and Mario Odyssey was certainly chugging. But aside from that, most games that like Emu or Yuzu says run well did run well. So that was cool. I played through Golden Sun and the Pokemon TCG game for Game Boy. TCG music is so good. I have to check that out. I do want to continue to add to my music playlist. Is there a big difference between using solid core wire instead of stranded wire for the portable? Yes. I would strongly recommend that you use stranded core for any any power wires you're doing. Not solid core. You should use stranded. I might have said that backwards. Use stranded, not solid core. Because solid core, if you bend it too much, or if you bend it weird, the wire can break internally. So the first portable I ever built, I used solid core wire because it was what my school had. And I actually had issues later on because one of my power lines, the wire broke internally. And it took me a while to figure that out. But stranded core, it won't do that. Because if one strand breaks, well, you still got plenty more. So all the wire I'm using here is either magnet wire or it's stranded wire. I don't use solid core for anything. Okay. Audio amp might need its own separate ground away from everything else. This audio can be a little bit finicky, but we're gonna go crazy. We're gonna connect it to the screen ground. And if it doesn't work or if it sounds bad, then I'll fix that. This should be long enough. Okay, I think we're down to like 3 wires left. I gotta do the ground wire. I gotta do a 1.8 volt wire. I gotta do a 3.3 volt line for the audio amp. And I gotta do a 3.3 volt line for the GC+. And then we should be able to boot it up. See if everything works. Those switch stick breakout boards are so tiny. Nice. Yeah, they're super simple. It's literally just the space for the FFC connector and some pads to solder to. But if you need them for anything, I think the 4-layer tech store has some. They're probably super cheap. They're a really simple board. And you also need the breakout boards for switch sticks. There's nowhere you can solder to like the actual like stick itself. With a 3DS slider, there are ways you can like solder to like little ports on them, depending on the revision of it. But that same tactic does not work for switch sticks. They are too secure. Oh, yeah, I mean, arcade sticks are, those are a whole other beast. Okay. What if we do a little bit of daisy chaining? get a nice long wire. Where's a nice 3.3 volt pad? We'll use this one.
Ah, no. Oh, there it is.
Dropping magnet wire and carpet is always sad, because sometimes it just disappears, and nobody finds it until the vacuum finds it. Come on.
Give me a nice pad to solder to.
There we go, should be good enough. What gauge of wire are you using?
So I use a few different gauges. If it's a power wire for like the Wii,
Or for like the charging port, I use 22 gauge like stranded wire. That's the default, that's the safe wire. If I'm wiring to like the tiny little vias on a Wii, then I do all of that with 34 gauge wire. That's a nice sweet spot between reasonable to work with and will fit in a Wii via. You can use like 38 gauge wire, but 38 gauge wire is so thin. I don't like working with it. I'll also use 30 gauge wire for like things that could probably run off of 34 gauge, but like sometimes you just kind of want to play it safe. So like for like Bluetooth power or like MX chip power, or for like the GC Plus or the audio amp, like all those things, you know, maybe you could run them on 34 gauge. You know, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Also, I just dropped a huge blob of solder on the GC Plus. Ha, I didn't stick. Oh, well, there's a big blob of solder somewhere. Hopefully not in the portable. Okay. This wire is being a pain to 10. I'm going to use the helping hands. And then I use 26 gauge wire for like the screen, powering the screen. And I think those are all the gauges I regularly use in my portables. Realistically, you could get away with like just 30, 34, and 22. That's all you really need. But I like to have the 26 as well. Just as a nice in between. And this continues on its merry journey. Come on, there we go. Do you need a multimeter for Wii portables? Yes, absolutely. You don't need like a really nice multimeter. As long as it can measure voltage and it can measure resistance, that's good enough. Nice multimeters are cool, but yeah, you need a multimeter to tell if like your regulators are working, if they're spitting out the right voltage. We need to be able to tell if 2 points are connected really, really often. Because without it, you're just kind of blindly attaching things together and praying that it all works, which is never going to work for an entire portable. Every portable I've ever built, I have to troubleshoot at least a little bit. And the multimeter is a key part of that. But yeah, I essentially only use my multimeter to measure voltage and to measure resistance. I've had to like measure current when like running tests for people. And that's it. So a nice simple one is fine. Like mine has like all sorts of functions, but mine stays like totally within this range. I never use anything else. But if you're going to be doing more hardcore electronic stuff, then having those functions is really helpful. But I am not. Okay, one more wire. We need 1.8 volts for the audio amp. And then I'm going to do a few quick sanity checks to make sure nothing's shorted out. And then we'll see if we can get it to turn on. Volts. You'll notice that my wiring between the halves is not stellar. That's because I've grown tired and lazy. Normally I'd route everything perfectly around the edges, but oh well. I'm not submitting this portable for a contest anywhere. And besides, I can just Photoshop all my wires to be nice and neat. Why bother doing it in real life? Actually, I can't Photoshop them anymore. My license ran out. Adobe wanted like $600 a year. And I'm good. I will find other tools. Or steal their own tools, whichever is easier. Because I originally bought into the Adobe suite because I was using pirated versions of them before, allegedly. I was like, wow, these pirated versions are really jank, but I like the tools. They like crash a lot and aren't very stable. I'll get the real ones. Then the real ones aren't stable either. They always crash or have issues. And so I was like, all right, well, and I was paying like $300 a year as a student. So it's like, all right, fine. This is fine value, but I'm not paying double. I'm not paying like $50 a month or whatever it was. So I am back to the drawing board. Okay, so now I'm going to use my multimeter right here. I'm going to put it into continuity mode, and I'm going to check all of my voltage rails and make sure none of them are shorted out. Because I've wired up a bunch of stuff together, it's possible I messed something up. So beeping usually means something is connected, which is bad right now. But your multimeter will beep if your resistance is below like 50 ohms most of the time. And so the 1 volt line just has a really low resistance, so that's fine. That looks good. That looks good. That's all good. Okay. No shorts on any of the voltage lines. Everything is grounded. Alrighty. We're gonna hook up the battery wire. We're gonna hold down the power button for a few seconds. And we'll see what happens. Oh dear. Okay, well. We're going to very carefully route our battery wire underneath all of these wires. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, that we don't see any sparks. There we go. In a portable, it's also a good idea to have your switch, or to have a like power switch in between like the battery wire and the battery terminal of the PMS, because that allows you to completely power off your portable really easily when you're soldering to stuff. Okay, let's see if she closes. Okay, yeah, this is what we're working with. That looks real nice. Alright, moment of truth. If everything works, or if most things work at least, if I hold this button for a few seconds and let go, the screen should turn on, and it'll boot up into some sort of portabilize me thing. Okay, let's try holding the power button for a few seconds. It didn't turn on at all. Oh, oh. Did I mess up? Okay, wait. I accidentally let go of the power button and then started holding it again. Okay, fans on. Screen's on. Screen went black. Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. You're going to have to wait for it. It takes a little while. Hey, there it is. So, it boots up, which is great. Does the control... Oh, controller works. Wow, wow. Okay. So, what we're going to do is we're going to power it off. So, this portable uses a software called Portabilize Me, which was a great software. It is no longer a great software. RV Loader is better. I'm going to try something a little goofy. We're going to install our VLoader off of this portable. See if that works. I need a USB A to C cable. Hang on. Okay.
So if you plug one portable that has a USB-C board into another one,
it will... So like this one, it just has normal USB ports on the top. No like internal circuitry or anything. But this portable has a USB drive inside of it, connected to the USB-C port. So if I hold reset on this guy and turn it on, it should access the USB drive of the other one and allow us to install our VLoader. You have to turn on. Come on, man.
Kitty, I'm almost done, I promise.
Holding reset. Holding power. There we go. There we go. So this menu is called Preloader. And so now, if I navigate down to load/install file. See how it comes up with a list of apps? That means it's accessing the USB drive inside of here, which is great. So we are going to boot up our VLoader. Oh, whoops, I think I just installed it. I just wanted to load it. That's fine. We're installing our VLoader anyways. You can't break it too badly. Our VLoader is not installed. Yes, we want to run the installer. Patch out Wi-Fi, yes. Enable VGA, yes. We're using both of those. Oh boy, I hope the start button works. Hey, it does! Hold it for 2 seconds. Alright, so now it's going to install our VLoader. Hopefully it has enough juice to get through this process. I don't want to plug in the charger right now because it's not like super glued into place. So it could come loose. I don't want those wires flying around. So normally you install our VLoader before you trim a Wii. That's like the first thing you do. This one had an other version of software installed, so it was fine to not install it first. But our VLoader, that is step one of building a portable Wii. And then it should finish up the install here. And there you go, our VLoader. Oh wow, okay, let's see if I can change the screen settings. Uh-oh. Okay, the screen controls don't work. The screen is very bright, like it's all blown out right now. That's something I'll need to open up the settings and fix. Oh, here we go. Yes. Let's boot up Pikmin. Force progressive, yes. Okay, I'm not hearing any audio out of it. Let's see, does the audio amp volume thing work? No, okay. So something's not right with the Wii HUD amp. Either I flipped a couple wires or something else. So audio doesn't work. But controller seems to work great. I might need to configure the triggers. I don't know if those work great right now. But yeah, honestly, I'm happy that she boots and that everything that needs to work works for the most part. But yeah, let's power her off. I'll need to set up like a real USB drive so that she doesn't have to piggyback off of another portable. Oh, but yeah, that's it. So I think that's all I'm going to do on stream today. Off stream, I'll fix the audio issues and the screen control issues because I'm tired and I don't have the energy in me to troubleshoot right now. But yeah, I think maybe at the end of the YouTube VOD, I might append like a little bit of gameplay and like an explanation of what I needed to do to like fix it up. So I'll upload that to the VODs channel whenever this is done. But yeah, here it is one last time. My very pretty Bulborb Pikmin portable. I am happy with this one. It will sit on my shelf forever. Okay. Well, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate everyone who was chatting or lurking or hanging out. I appreciate that people are willing to watch this stuff. I think it's probably a little boring, but yes, Lady L, it does work. For the most part. Audio isn't working and screen controls aren't working, but it turns on and plays games. So that's what I want. For now, at least. I'll go back and fix the other stuff later. But yeah, so there will be more streams in the future. Maybe not a stream next weekend, but weekends after that, definitely. I've got a bunch of different portables I want to put together, so stay tuned. Oh, sorry, I was busy reading my book. Ah, well. Alright, well, thanks to everyone who watched except you for not paying attention. Yikes. Not paying attention to a live stream. But, yeah. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go get food. But I hope to see you guys next time. See ya. Alright, so to finish off the stream, I just wanted to record like a quick 10, maybe 15 minute section showing off how it finished up and what the issues I need to resolve were. So this is it. This is the Bulborb themed Pikmin portable in all of its glory. The issues did end up being pretty easy to fix. So I think when the stream ended, the only issues I was aware of was that the audio wasn't working and screen controls weren't working. And so the audio issue just ended up being that I had flipped two of the audio data lines. It was the two in the middle, and I just flipped them on accident. So when I reversed that, audio started working again. And then the screen controls issue was a little bit weirder. That ended up being that all four tack switches that I was using for the screen controls were all just broken. I think because I had ripped the old tack switches off and they had been super glued on. So when I put in my own board with new tack switches, it all started working. So easy fixes. Only other issue was I think the left trigger, the analog functionality wasn't quite working right, and that was because I didn't ground the potentiometer. It was grounded to the USB shielding, and I never actually grounded the USB shielding. So once I shielded that properly, the left trigger started working again. But yeah, it works great. It looks really nice. I'm very, very happy with it. I think this is one of my favorite portables for sure. So I figured I'll fire up a little Pikmin. I need to film some Pikmin footage anyways, because I'm going to make a little TikTok about this thing. And I need something to play on the bottom of the screen, so it might as well be portable footage and not Family Guy funny moments. But yeah, overall thoughts on the WiiVision design as a whole is I really like it. It fits my hands really, really well. I've got pretty long fingers, and they're just the perfect length for hitting these triggers. So, okay, Kitty wants to pitch in. I don't know what she's mad about. But yeah, so I'll play a little bit of Pikmin. This is a ROM hack called Quickmin, which just makes everything faster. So, I've just finished up 2 Pikmin 2 playthroughs,
I did one on my own on the HD version on the Switch, and then there's a multiplayer mod for this. So I played through it with a friend who has never played Pikmin 2 before, and that was fun. You got to experience all the fun nonsense of Pikmin 2. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there was anything else. But I was really happy with how quickly it came together on stream. And off stream, if I had streamed for like another hour, I probably could have figured out what was wrong with it. But I was pretty burnt out at that point in the stream. So off stream, it took like an hour to locate all the issues. I had to check the pinout like 3 times on the audio though. I checked it once and thought it was good, and then I checked it again and it was not good. But at least I figured out the issue. But yeah, I think Pikmin 2 is probably my favorite out of the entire Pikmin series. Although after having played it with a friend, I definitely understand why a lot of people are not a fan. I can see how it's certainly got its character to it, where if you don't understand that bombs fall out of the sky, it's not all that fun to play. Once you know that bombs fall out of the sky, it's not too bad. Oh. I thought I broke the ROM hack. But it looks like it just has weird loading zones. Did I actually... Oh, okay, no, we're back to the title screen. I don't know why that is. Oh, that's cool. Alright, we'll redo it, I guess. Apparently pushing start there puts you onto the title screen. Kitty, shut up! Yeah, I know you want something. But yeah. I think Pikmin 4 releases in 3 days. So I will definitely be playing that. So I need to record this now so that by the time I put out the TikTok and the video, it's not old news. Alright. Let's try this again. Go to sunset and stay. Yes. I'm not going to touch anything. I think this ROM hack cuts out like most of the save points. Except for like, I think when you exit a cave or something. So, okay, go back in. Is it gonna load? Okay. Should be good now. But yeah, I guess if there are any beginners who are looking into like building their own first portable. Oh, the Pikmin I planted didn't stay. Alright, well, I guess... Oh, here we go. I don't know that I'd recommend the WiiVision for a first portable. Partially because I don't think the files are even, like, they aren't open source. I think you would have to message Gman to ask him to print out a case for you. Which I'm not sure if he still does. He might not. But this design does require soldering to the batteries, and the batteries are a very tight fit. Like, I was barely able to make them fit, and I had to do some jank stuff. If you watch the VOD, then you'll see what I had to do to make them fit properly. So, I definitely recommend the Ashita if you're looking for a first-time portable. There should be a VOD going up soon, if it hasn't already, of a more up-to-date Ashita build, where I make fewer mistakes. So, definitely check that out. But as a design, I definitely like it. I'm definitely keeping this one. It is not going to go up for sale. Although I don't know how many people are looking for a Pikmin-themed portable anyways. But yeah. Let's see, I might just like sprint through the cave where you get the purple Pikmin and call it there. Gotta figure out what footage I actually want for the TikTok. Oh, I don't have enough. I guess we'll start digging up the battery. hack is definitely faster. I don't notice it as much in the way I move. I think partially because I have the quick bits unlocked in my Pikmin through saves, but Pikmin are definitely moving faster. Yeah, I don't think the analog triggers do much for Pikmin in particular, but I did play a little bit of Mario Sunshine to see how much of a difference it made, and there was definitely a difference. So analog triggers are nice, but you can also just get those on the Yoshida, so... And the Yoshida has like the official GameCube triggers, so... But these ones feel pretty nice. I mean, controls on a portable usually feel a little weird, a little jank. That's something I've just kind of gotten used to. But these triggers definitely feel good. But they are massive. I definitely couldn't fit them in a Louie. But I think this might inspire me to go and look into other analog trigger options for portables. So that those can be more of a staple. Because the dual tacks are easy, and they work just fine. But... Oh, it's bringing back the battery and the day? Is that what happens? Testing your portable on a ROM hack you've never really played probably isn't the move. Because usually a random black stream to me that it's crashed, but no crash. What? Okay, I'm not playing this hack anymore. I will look up a Pikmin 2 save file, I guess, and just use that to get the footage I need. But yeah, I think I'll call it there for the post-recording. If you got any questions, feel free to leave a comment. I'm not very good about checking the comments on the VOD's channel, but I will be posting there more often in the coming weeks, so I will try and check them more often. But yeah, thanks for watching the VOD. Hopefully it was helpful if you're looking for portable information. And yeah, that's it.